Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Dom. Hi,
Hey,
Christina. Nice to see you all. And open the other computer. Oh, someone else. Wrong password. Tempted one to put the password of one into the other, and they are different passwords. All right. Zoom in there. Perfect. Come. Okay. There we go. Welcome, welcome. So for people who are not like constant students, this might be less exciting, but if you are an actual constant student, it's the last day before spring break. And for obvious reasons, for me who am having one break week, I am looking forward to that. I'm actually really glad that this is my last class because it's a fun class before we head off into the sunset. But this is really me saying, hey guys, no class next week. No class next week. We have the whole school is closed. So if you take any other classes, just know that, except for the front office for registrations and other stuff like that, they'll have someone there at some point manning the office all the time. I believe they don't have any days that it's closed, just classes are not happening. So
any big plans for break?
catch up. No, but in a good way. I'm gonna make when this class is over, so April 18th is the last day of this class. April 19th, I haven't bought the ticket yet, but I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna go on a really nice long trip. And I'm teaching like between 8 and 10 hours a day, every day until that day. So spring break is preparing, living everything totally ready to go, packed. I have two things that are doing. I'm doing a 10-day bike ride and I'm doing a 6-week walk, hike kind of thing across in Spain. So I have to have two things ready to go. And then once that's over, it's like this big like hurrah, and then back to teach in the summer. So yeah, so I have this weekend is getting all of that ready and then getting a bunch of other stuff ready. Both my kids are graduating. Yeah, getting everything ready so that when I start again the following Monday, I don't go crazy. So it's a getting ready week, but I'll have the weeks, so I'm excited about it. Hi, Lawrence. All right, looks like who we are is who we are. If someone else joins us, that's good. Let me check in with you guys. Remind me again, who is on VDI? I think Kristen, you're on VDI. Anyone else?
I am.
Dominic, you've been on VDI all this time. I forgot. You do it, you handle it so well. Many times people on VDI have all these questions, but since you just like smoothly handled it, I'm like, oh, I forget you're on VDI. Marianne, you're on VDI? Okay. Now, if and when you sign into VDI, you don't see Google Drive asking you to sign in, and it takes a little bit of time. You have to wait until you sign in, and it kicks in like a minute later. If that doesn't happen, that means that when you left VDI, you didn't sign out, right? So if you don't get asked, what you're using is kind of the dredges of Google Drive, where the files appear as if they're corrupted. They're not. They just you need to refresh the whole thing by signing out, which if you do when you leave, then when you sign in again, it just pops in, do you want to sign in? So it's kind of natural. But if you forget to sign out, so if you need to leave class before, and when I'm done with class, I tend to walk people backwards through the whole signing out. But if someone leaves early or something and I forget to walk you out, then you close VDI, and when you try to go in again, the files appear as though they're corrupted. So then you need to do the whole like sign out and sign in all at once. All right. So that worked for you, it seems, Kristen? You got it to work? Okay. So when we open files today, what's that? Oh, I had your second one. You might want to grab one of your two computers and leave the computer audio from one of them. That way, when you try to talk to me, it doesn't do the reverb that it was just doing. Okay. Lawrence, remind me, you are on a laptop, sorry, on a laptop, on a, you're watching me on the one that you're working, or are you watching me like on an iPad or?
On my laptop with the audio from my laptop.
That's true. Okay, so that's all in one. Okay, great.
And I have Adobe Illustrator on, I have on my own account.
Your own account. Okay, great. And Richika, you have your own too, right? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, or you would have said yes. Okay,
Yes.
great. Cool. So I'm gonna share the Padlet from last class. Now, the Padlet, and let me just grab not that, but this, the link for you guys. Here's the chat in here. Here's the Padlet, and I forgot that in the chat, the first thing we need to do is say hello and show a sign of life. So good afternoon. I sound so formal. It's just that I was about to write good morning, and I noticed it's not morning anymore. So I switched to good afternoon, but good morning isn't formal, right? Yet good afternoon is more like hi. Seems more formal than good morning for some reason. So everyone, can you go to the chat where I just wrote something and give me a little sign of life in the chat, please? But I'm actually showing you the, I also gave you the screenshot to get into the, I showed you the screenshot to get into the Padlet. And I want to remind you that what the point of the Padlet, beyond seeing the work that you're doing, which a lot of you did, and then Dominic, you caught up over there perfectly, is also if you're attempting to do anything and you have questions, so maybe you're working on a project or if you have things happening, just post it in here and ask me your questions, and then do the stuff that then I can answer, we can show, we can demo, I can say, oh, look, not like this, because this is different. He did something that we didn't do. So then if he has a question, he used some sample photos from our class files, but if this were his project, then we could talk about it and stuff like that, right? So anyway, just to remind you about that. And then you did have a request for homework. And again, you don't have to do the homework, so that's where it gets a little bit iffy, but the idea was for you to do it, right? Choose a photo, any photo, and then create a document similar to what we did and update it, right? So if you do that, then please post a little screenshot of having done that. And that's where the real learning happens, because it's when you're trying to do something that you're doing it without being guided into doing it, that you discover that you forgot something, or how did this happen, or where did that happen, or can you please explain this again, right? So I really do want you to do it. That said, it's not, the grading of this class is based on you attending and doing the work in class. So it's your choice. But if you do it, I guarantee you'll learn more than if you don't. So leaving that in your hands, I will ask you to try to do something in the next 2 weeks, because we don't meet until the following Friday. So in 2 weeks, a lot of these newly integrated concepts will disintegrate really quickly. It's bad enough that we meet only once a week instead of 2, but after 2 weeks, it'll be like, can you repeat that? Like a bunch of times. I know, because I've been through the spring break period a lot. So if you get a chance to do something during the week, and you don't post it, well, that's fine. But if you post it, it's even better, because I'll know what you're doing. But for your sake, so that when we start work, you have some clarity, some reminders of what we've been doing, that would be the best way to go. So anyway, that said, let's head over to Bridge, and not to Bridge, to InDesign. I have the same document. Oh, I'm not sharing it. Hold on. Here, I wasn't sharing it. There we go. So I'm in the same spot that we left at the end of last class. Do you all have this file? If so, can you please open it? If you don't have it, I'm happy to post it in, I can send it to you. I can post it in the catch up folder in the handouts. Marianne, you don't have it? Okay, so let me just show you what I'm going to do. In the class handouts, there's a folder called catch up. Okay, so what I'm going to do you know how to get to the class handouts, Marianne, or do you need a reminder?
I just need a second to get there.
Actually, you know what? Wait, you're on VDI. So for
Yeah.
you, it'll be easier because you'll have them. You don't even have to download them. People who are not on VDI have to come up here and download them, but you'll have them there. You can go to the shared files, Illustrator, catch up. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to load the file up there right now. Let me go to where I have the Spring Visual Design Techniques. There we go. And I think this was under file formats. Now, oh, you're not seeing this that I'm doing. I'm going to look for I'm including the files, but the reason I want to share this with you mainly, this process, is because this is a teaching moment. This isn't just for Marianne, okay? So I'm going to go to InDesign before I do anything and tell you. This file that we created in InDesign, if I just watch, if I just do the following, I'm going to go and have the file that we created. Which one? What was it called? I think, sorry, I don't remember what the file was called. It was called Postcard Bleed Sample. Okay. So there it is, Postcard Bleed Sample. I'm going to go ahead and upload that to the catch-up folder by doing that. Very simple. It's going up to the shared drive. If you go to the catch-up folder, it's going to be there. So now think this through. When she opens that file, what's going to happen? What'll she find? Will she see this? This might be more of a question for Moni. Or anyone who has a bit more experience with this. If I just put the InDesign file, okay, this is it. This is the one that we did last week. I dragged it and I put it in the folder that you guys have available on the class handouts. There it is. It's an InDesign file. If you download that, is that good? Are we good? Will Marianne or whoever else needs to catch up be able to open it? And will they see this? This is for, I'm kind of targeting Moni only because putting her on the spot in a good way, use the think, but everyone else think it through and give me a yes or a no. I want greens, yeses and nos. I don't want you to kind of stand behind and wait till someone else knows. And I don't care if you're right or wrong. I want you to think it through. And once you think it through.
So the extension was the
it's
InDesign
InDesign file,
extension, right?
INDD. And yep, I gave her the INDD. Marianne, you said no. You're the only brave one answering, and everyone should be answering, but let me go with that. Why do you say no, Marianne? Why do you saying that this is not enough?
I'm unable to view anything in the catch-up file folder.
Well, that's actually only because maybe you need to refresh because I just put it up there.
Okay.
But that wasn't then an answer. That was just you saying I can't see it. Okay.
Oh, is
Anyone
it-
else want to venture to say yes or no?
Is it because it's got to be linked to the PSD?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't have it either, by the way.
Oh, you okay? You weren't here, but at the end of the class. Okay, so then what you're gonna have to do
I
is
mean,
go-
I just need the shared doc and I'm not seeing it on my, I only have the Gmail from the last class. So if there's a new shared doc, I don't have it.
okay. If you go to the shared drives, do you know how to get to the shared drives?
Well, yeah, I'm on the I do if it's I'm on the right account. Yeah, I am. And the only thing that's on the shared drive is the meeting notes from Photoshop.
Don't even-
Okay, so you should be seeing Illustrator shared drive.
Under
if you have meeting notes, that seems like it's yours.
all
So-
I have is digital design, Illustrator shared. Is that it?
Okay, so double click Digital Design Techniques,
Oh, wait.
and
wait,
once you open that, then you'll see a
gonna see
folder called
everything.
Catch Up.
Woohoo!
And when you open Catch Up, oh, I put it in the wrong folder. Hold on, I put it in the Catch Up for Illustrator. That's why you weren't seeing it, Marianne. I just put it in the okay, there it is. I just put it in there. And those of you who are there need to refresh, right?
Okay, I've got
I put it in the wrong Catch Up. Okay. Because I just finished the Illustrator file and I was looking at that one. So now let me actually open Illustrator and delete it from that Catch Up, or people will be very confused. Move that one to the trash. That is not in the right folder. Okay. All right. But that said, I want to focus on Dominic's answer because Dom got it right. This is not enough. And so let me do a little bit of review. We created a scrap, and I'm just going to go in InDesign. We created a format that was empty. That's the InDesign file. And we brought in by saying file place, we brought in a document that was one of these photos. I don't know. I'll bring a different one. I'll bring the hue saturation flowers, and we placed it. You remember that? The photo that we brought in was the photographer in front of the farm that we had used in Photoshop, but we placed an external file into our InDesign. And then, and this was happening at the end of class, we opened the links and we discovered that this file is linked to my InDesign. So the conversation that we're having here is that this linked file is not really living inside of InDesign. It's actually a file that is linked. So in Bridge, this is the format. That, what I'm just doing right now is the photo that I just linked. This is the InDesign in Bridge. It has a little link and it's attached. If you look at InDesign, it's in Bridge. This is the one that we've opened, right? When you go down here, it'll say, what's the linked file? And it either shows a link. And the linked file is, at that point, it was this one, Formats Photographer Layered. So these two now have to go hand in hand. So if I'm going to give you this one to open, I also have to give you this one to open. Otherwise, you're going to see a preview of this guy, but you won't be able to really use it. Does that make sense? I'm happy to have you go, nope, I have no idea what you're saying. I'll start from 0 again. Give me a no. Yes, if you totally understood it. And if you're not too sure, then give me a no. Okay. Hi, Tia. Thanks for joining us.
I actually don't know about InDesign. I have the postcard downloaded onto my computer, and I'm
Okay.
sorry to if
Well-
it's something that you don't want to waste time, I can just
No,
sort
that's
of
fine. But
muddle
remind
along.
me then, did you not come to class last Friday?
I didn't.
Okay, that's what's happening. Okay. And this is not just for you, but it's based on what you just said, but it's for everyone. When you miss a class, please, please try to watch the recordings. I will give you the short version answer of what I'm talking about. But right now, I'm just going to cast files, and as we go along, you'll understand this conversation a little bit more. But for now, let me give the answer to everyone, which is when you create an InDesign file, that is the place where you then create the layout for your piece. But the pieces that come, say you're making a brochure, you create the layout for a trifold brochure and you put a headline, you put something else. But the photo that comes in the brochure is something that you've worked on in Photoshop. So you place it from Photoshop, and now you've linked that Photoshop file to your brochure. Then you have a logo that you've worked in Illustrator. So you place that file in your brochure, linked from Illustrator. So now you've got the InDesign file and 2 files linked to it. So really that brochure is comprised of 3 files. Does that make sense? Had I just put it in there, embedded is the conversation, then the InDesign file is its own little creature and it works on its own and you can have it hold those files. But that is rarely, if ever, done, because then that would become like a monstrously huge file that's very hard to handle. Instead, if in a brochure you're going to have, say, 5 photos, you have one InDesign and 5 photos, and they stay linked to each other, but they stay as individual files. Okay. So when this is the photo that I gave people, so this is the one that we used the other day. This is the INDD. Okay. So this is the, let me make this a little bit. This is the INDD version, the InDesign document, which was postcard sized, I believe. Then we went into Photoshop and we created a layered file where we combined the background and the foreground of 2 different photos into one file. Remember that? Then we placed that one in here, and this is why we see it here. So we said file place, we selected this and we dumped it in here. Okay. So those now are 2 linked files. So the quick answer to this would be that this is not enough, because if you open this InDesign, you might see, it's not like you won't see, but you will see this image. It'll be low resolution, but when you go and try to like print it, it'll go, whoops, no, missing file. Plus down here at the bottom, if you did open it already, you should be seeing something that says 1 error. So right now, when I say down here, I have something that says no errors because mine doesn't have that problem. But if you, Lawrence or or Marianne opened the one that I gave you in the catch-up folder, it should be saying that there's 1 error because the link is missing. Okay. So now I'm going to go ahead and give you guys the link as well. And when I say give you guys a link, I'm putting it in the class files. So I'm going to grab the link, which was this one, and I'm going to drag it into the class files as well. So now Lawrence and Marianne can open this InDesign, and when InDesign goes looks for it, you'll have the file that it needs. Okay. So Lawrence, you need to download this one as well, not just this one. Okay. Now, Tia, do you have your own files? You were here last week, right? You were doing the work, so you're fine. Anyone else who doesn't have the class files, here in the Digital Design Techniques catch up, when you double click, there's the class files. Richika, you were here too, right? So everyone else is good?
I was here, Professor, so I don't really understand why I'm not able to see what I did last week.
Oh, well, that's a different question. That's true. You were here.
Yeah.
So do you know where you saved it? You should have saved it into your My Drive. You want to share your screen? We'll go find it. You were supposed to share it and save it into your Google My Drive. So Lawrence, meanwhile, you go download both of these files. And then meanwhile, Marianne, if you want to share your screen.
Wait 1 second.
It's possible that you have the same issue of having the Google Drive that's not reconnected or something, but let me see. Share your screen and then we'll figure it out.
I think I'm sharing.
Yeah, it's starting to share. It takes a minute. I see a black window, but it says that you've started sharing, so it'll happen any minute now. I hope.
I hope so.
Oh,
Um,
oh, that's weird. Why would it not share?
is
Huh?
it my computer that's doing that? Oh, it's
Oh, there it
showing.
is. There it
Oh.
is. There it is. There it is. Okay. There it is. It just takes a bit. Okay. So head over to your VDI.
Okay. Oh. There.
And Okay, here's your design techniques. Okay. You have opened it, so you have it. So I'm not sure. Now, you do have the one error. Is this the one that you opened from mine,
Yes,
perchance?
Yeah, and
Oh,
it says
okay, so then if it is the one that you opened from mine, let me teach everyone. Teaching moment. See how it says one error? And see how this is looking really pixelated and bad? Can you tell, you guys?
Yeah.
That's because it's showing you a quick preview of what should be there, but it's missing the link. In fact, again, just as a teaching moment, I need you to open the link window, which isn't visible. So go over here to Windows and open your links. Okay. And this is the file that it's trying to link to, but it's like question mark, can't find it. Where is it? You see that, you guys? And that's because when she first opened it, she had opened it without having the link. And that said, even now that I gave her the link, the computer still is not finding it, because if you click on that link, can you hover over this guy for a second? And this is really important, everyone. This is not about Marianne. Huh? This is really teaching you about today. Click over here on the name of that file and look at what it says. Don't move your mouse.
Fine.
Yeah, don't move your mouse, because the tip is saying this file should be in users, SPCC teacher, that's me, downloads folder, spring, this is all for format. So where is it looking for this file?
In your computer?
My computer, because I just gave her my file. And this is typical of files that you work with people. So again, hover over it so you get the tooltip. It's looking for my computer, not even the Google Drive. It's looking for, this is my internal computer. That's the document. That's where it used to find it. So since it's not finding it there, because you're not in my computer, it's giving you the big old question mark. And so over here, it's saying one error. Okay. So what you need to do is, and click on that and go find the right file. But since you did do this work last week, this is what I'm showing is what Lawrence has to do. Lawrence has to say, no, the file is mine in my downloads folder. But let's go see if we can find your old one. So let's close this one since you did do the work yesterday, and let's go file your old one. So go over the way here and close it. Yeah. Okay. And then let's see if perchance there's an open recent. No, because BDI kind of forgets the memory. So let's go to Browse and Bridge. All right, so now we're opening your bridge. And this is your desktop. Oh, because yeah. Let's make sure you should have used the Google Drive. So click on favorites, because you should have used Google Drive, not your. Click on this PC. Because when you're on BDI, your files have to be in Google Drive. Click. My drive now, which is your own personal pipeline Google Drive.
I tried to do the homework, so I added
Oh,
these two pictures, but it
That's-
didn't work out.
Okay, well, that's great that you began the process. Okay, double click. And it looks like if you did it in the same format that we did, we had put it in there. So it's in the file formats folder. And
Oh,
there's your version of it.
okay.
Now, guys, pay attention. This is her version of it. It's linked. Go ahead and simply click on this. Don't open it, but simply click. So we see the metadata. And over here under the metadata, which is kind of moved over, drag up and down to see if you can see the part that I want. Click more like up first, all the way up. Yeah. So it's telling you that the file properties are da 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 da, and now just go a little bit down, because down here it'll talk about the linked files. Oh,
More down.
yeah, until it comes up with the linked files that I was showing. How about, okay, stop for a minute, go back up. Let's close these because we don't want, nope, stop. Down again, sorry, just a tad down. Close that little window because it's open, that thing, yeah, and then close that one. And close that one, yeah, and keep going because at some point it'll have, there's so many open, there's the linked files. Finally, we got to the linked files. That's the one we wanted.
Oh,
Oh,
got it. I see
the
it.
linked files. So now, instead of looking for it in my computer, it's looking for it in yours. This is yours, Marianne, my drive, digital
Okay.
design techniques, whatever. So it knows where it is. And where is that? It's right here. It's one of these. Oh, you didn't save it into the same folder. You put it in your down my drive. So you didn't put it in here. See how I don't see it? You put it directly into the general folder. So backup one, out of file formats.
Okay.
Yeah, click on this that I just,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then you should have it here somewhere. Measurement, sunrise, where did you put the work that you did?
Should I click here? Maybe?
No, I mean, unless you put it there, but let's go back in here and say where it is, double click. And click on this again to see where it is. Oh, it is layered PSD, there it is.
Oh, okay.
It's in file formats, yeah, it was right, there it is. There it is, that is the one that's linked to that. It's just that I couldn't read the whole name, so I was confused, yeah. So it's in the download techniques, file formats. It doesn't matter, we handle this from inside of digital design techniques. We handle this from inside of InDesign, but I was just making the point that you can find all this information even before you open it up in Bridge. You could see whether you have the right files. Otherwise, when you're in InDesign will tell you that something's wrong. Anyway, go ahead and open this one now because this one is yours and you did it and you don't need mine. And now you're in yours. Now click on this link. See how it doesn't say that there's an error? Yeah, and when you hover over it, it's pointing to yours now. See? So you're good. You don't have any issues. Now, that said, it's still looking kind of jaggedy, isn't it? Can you guys tell? It's looking jaggedy. That's preview mode. And the reason it's in that preview mode, and I'm expecting that many of you guys have yours in preview mode versus the one I shared with mine, which is looking all smooth, it's because the default settings for InDesign are to show only a preview. After all, if you want to see this correctly, you would see it in Photoshop, so that you don't have the computer crunching so much data to make it look smooth, thus making the program go slowly, thus using computer resources. But if you want to see it in better resolution, you can do that. And there's quite a few different ways of doing that. But one of the ways to do that is go ahead and do a right click on the page on this photo. Yeah, right click, and then go down to display performance, and then say high quality display. And it'll reset. And since you're on Zoom and you're also, yeah, see, that's the problem. You're on Zoom and you're on VDI, so it just doesn't have the power to do that. So let's undo that. Do Command Z. Let's see if that's an undoable thing. Otherwise, you need to right click and choose again. Go back to display and go back to typical display. Yeah. So if your computer can't handle it, it just won't show it to you. You saw that? So you'll have to see it in this jaggedy mode. And when you want to see this image correctly, you'll have to see it in Photoshop, which remember, that's what we did last at the end. So as a review of what did in the last week is that this guy was in the wrong place, at least in mine. His eyes were here. And I said, well, we need to fix this. So who remembers what we did to access this photo? What did we do to go and fix it?
We opened Bridge, I think. No.
We opened this file in Photoshop, but how did we do that? Who remembers? Hi, Jinsu. Thanks for joining us.
So right above where it says link info in that links window, you can click that pen icon to
Yes,
edit
but
it
something's
in
missing. You are
Photoshop?
totally correct, but one thing's missing. You're talking about this, but you first need to select the file for it to light up.
Uh,
So that's all, but it's perfect. So go ahead and select this, please. And now all this class information is there, and don't do it yet, but hover over this guy. And when you hover over it says edit original. So that's how we went back to this file. We clicked on that and it opened in Photoshop. So right now you only have InDesign and Bridge open, right? So if you want to work on this one, we have to edit original. So go ahead and click on that now. And once you click on that, Photoshop is beginning to open up. See that? So it's taking us to that file in Photoshop. Oh, you have the whole Google Drive thing. This is that message that Kristen was getting. Go and say okay. We probably have to go and refresh your Google Drive. Yeah, go ahead and say okay to that. So we need to refresh your Google Drive each time. It's not going to be able to open it. So, go down to this arrow way down there. Yeah.
That this is my.
Oh, you're sorry, that one. Thank you. When your Google Drive. All VDI people need to do this when they leave class. Go to the settings, preferences, settings again, say no thanks. Oh, I hate that now it becomes, before it just let you do it. Now it keeps trying to, yeah, click on there and disconnect the account. So this is what you need to do today at the end of class. Disconnect, disconnect, disconnect. Okay. Then when you pop into class the next day, you'll get the good old welcome to VDI, to Google Drive. Do you want to sign in? That it should have done. So now let's minimize for a second your Photoshop. That way it stays open. And let's minimize your InDesign, minimize Bridge, minimize everything. And we need to reconnect and see how it's grayed out. Go ahead and click on it. And unfortunately, when it's grayed out like that, that means it didn't really completely disconnect, which is a problem. Had you done it and then left, that would have been enough. But since it didn't, now you're going to have to quit. When it's internal like this and you're in and out, sometimes it just doesn't respond. See, is it quitting or not? It needs to quit and it needs to tell you that you're not there. Okay. Is it quit it? Did it quit now? No. All right, let's do this. Hopefully that's big enough. That's good enough. Now go type here to search and click on Google Drive. All right, app, there you go. And let's see. Sometimes it just won't do that. Sometimes it'll just go, but I'm here, and that's not good enough. You might need to close your VDI and open it again and wait until you get the big old welcome to Google Drive. No, don't close from VDI. Don't close VDI that way.
Okay. Oh no.
Too late. Open it up.
Okay.
It's okay. Go back to VDI. This is probably what was happening. There's a correct way to back out of VDI. Guys, review the whole video of how do you get in and out of VDI. Please, next time, the VDI people, go ahead and double click, yeah, to get in. Get in again. So since it didn't completely disconnect, yeah, student desktop. Let's hope it does it. But since it didn't really disconnect, it might just consider that it's still there. Yeah, if you click on it, it'll probably still be in the same position as before. Okay, it's gone, good. Now go here and search for Google Drive. And no, not, yeah, the app, that one.
Yeah, sorry.
And now it should say, welcome, sign in. Yes, that's what you need. So you say get started and you sign in. So now let me just let you know that today, Marianne, when class is over, don't leave VDI the way you did. You need to sign out of Google Drive, then you need to open this tab, you need to log out, then you need to turn off. It's like 4 steps, okay? So that it all cleanly closes VDI. All right, so now you should be okay. I'm going to stop your share because you're signing in again and life is good. All right, so guys, VDI people, please learn yay, you don't have to pay $100, but it's a bit finicky. You need to sign in and sign out of VDI, in and out each time in the correct steps for it to behave like it should. Otherwise, it's like, goes crazy and it doesn't do things right because it kind of is hung up on your last connection. All right, Lawrence, were you able to download both files? Are you up and running, or do you need to share your screen so I can help you?
Is,
can't-
hi,
Good.
I'm
Good
not
answer.
at all. I need to sit with you offline. If you have, office hours and, cause
I-
I'm totally clueless.
Okay, share your screen. I don't have office hours. Unfortunately, today's the last day before spring break, and then it's 2 weeks, and then next thing I know, you won't come back because you will be lost. Let me just
Well,
share.
I don't want to, I really don't want to take up the class's time, so I'm going to pass. I'll look at I'll watch the first, class and then I'll watch the rest of this class,
Okay,
but I don't want to waste anybody's time.
all right, I get that. But do you have InDesign open and running?
I
Like, yeah,
don't,
it's open.
but I
Okay.
mean, really, there's so many
No, no, no.
databases that I need to jack into, so we'll just have to do it another time.
Right, but I want to know if you can do anything today, not this
I
one,
can't.
anything.
I mean,
You
I
don't
only
have
have
InDesign open?
Illustrator. I have it open. I have something that I want to modify, and that's it. And I have the shared drive,
Okay, so
but
then,
there's too many. And
so that's fine. So then just watch in, but and I want to honor that you want me to move on. I just want to say, if you have InDesign open, there's a lot you can do today, even if it's not catch up with this file. But if you don't want to, I'm gonna honor that. Watch the recordings, then reach out to me, and we'll see what we can do about helping you catch up.
Okay. Thank you, and have a great spring break, everybody.
Yeah, you're still here with us. All right. Cool. So, Jinsu, you don't have this file either, but you've taken my classes before, so let me remind you that if you want to open this file to be working with us, just letting you know that in the digital design techniques folder, there's a catch up. Go ahead and open that up and download these 2 files, and you'll be able to continue with the class. Okay. All right, let's go. So I hate to have people on the one hand leave because they're not caught up, because they're a little bit not caught up, I can help you. But if these are 5-hour classes, right? So if you guys miss a class or a portion of the class, it's a long, long class. People need to leave early. I get it. Please, please, please do your best to catch up. I'm always happy to re-explain things that you didn't understand from the recording, but it's hard to, I can't re-teach 5 hours, right? So even though the first class had a lot of setup time, it still is a lot that we covered that I can't just necessarily reteach to catch you up at that level. I can just catch you up to where we are, and then we continue from there. Okay. Let me see. People who haven't, been part of the conversation yet, you've been listening in. So Vrichika, Kristen, Tia, any questions about this? I'm sure there's a ton. So if you don't have questions, then maybe you're just being shy. Any questions about the fact that what we did at the end of the class was clicked on the link and opened it in Photoshop, and if you didn't yet, do it now. And here it is, we opened it in Photoshop. Then we modified it. Remember that I moved the guy over. I'm going to move him over here right now. We saved the file in Photoshop, and then we went back into InDesign. There he is. He's been moved over. You remember that part? Was everyone here for that portion? Give me a yes if you remember that portion. give me a no if this is something that I can happily reiterate, because I want you all to do that. Hold on, the sun starts streaming at this time, right here, and it's in my face, and it's getting warm. You open the door. It was freezing this morning. Okay.
Professor, I know, I'm so sorry.
Mhm.
Can you show me how to open it again in Photoshop? Now that it's working properly?
Yeah, so you go to the links, you select it,
Okay, yes.
and then you click on this little pencil that says Edit Original. I'm wondering if you could also right click. Does it say, yeah, Edit Original? Instead of that little link, you can right click and Edit Original. And then it kicks Photoshop open and yay, here's Photoshop. Now, Kristen, do you want to share your screen so I can see where you're at to see how to help you get this step? All right. So in order to find your links window, you need to go and open it from the window menu right up there. Yeah, click on that and open links. Cool.
That's what my question was.
So now there's our links, and the computer's like, okay, what? Don't do anything yet. I want everyone to read it. Oh, hover over again so that it comes up again. For her, it's coming up as a question mark. Missing. Double click to relink. Okay. For some reason, your computer can't find it. So let's double click and the computer's like, well, I can't find it. So you need to tell me where it is. That's what your computer's telling me. So basically it opened an Explorer window and it's saying, all right, where did you put it? Because if it knows where it is, it just updates it. But as it doesn't know where it is, then it goes finds it. Now, just to clarify, did you, let's hover for a second over the name of the file back here to see if it tells us where it thinks it should be. It's missing. It doesn't know at all where it should be. Say, go ahead and cancel. Maybe it's because this is happening. So go ahead and cancel for a second. I just want to see if it gives you an inkling. Yes, it thinks. Oh, so you're opening mine. That's what's happening, right? Because it's going to mine. Did you download my stuff? You didn't have your own version?
No, this one is mine.
Okay. Oh, because you're working off of the, I know. Go ahead and hover over it. Let me just show you something. You're working off of the users, SPCC teacher, download Spring. No, this is the fact that it says SPCC teacher. If it said Google Drive, then it's the shared
Mhm.
drive. But SPCC teacher is my personal teaching computer. So let's go and see if we can open, if we can figure out why it's opening this version and not your version. Okay. So let's go ahead and close this for a second. I mean, I'm happy to update this one, but I want to see you. Did you do this one on yourself? Yes, last week? You have your
Yeah.
own these? Okay, so close that. Yeah. All right. And let's head over to Bridge. And in
That
Bridge,
one's like mine.
that's the layered, but where's your
Yeah,
design? Your InDesign? It doesn't seem to be here. It didn't get saved. So that's probably
right.
okay. So then I got it. We don't know where it is. Just in case, go over here to this folder up there. And let's see if it landed there somewhere. No, it didn't. Okay, back one up. Okay, and now grab this folder and drag it out here. There we go. So now we know this is always your folder, okay? But you're gonna have to go grab from the shared drives, the one that I just put in there.
Ugh.
It'll take 2 seconds. So go to Google Drive. Okay, and go to
Why don't I have the Google Drive down here? Shouldn't there be an icon down here?
It's under this little triangle,
Huh.
right there.
Thought it was also down here.
No,
No, I have been over here. Spent some time over there this morning.
yeah, I can tell. So no, the over there, shared drives, double click.
I
Yeah,
have a question
Yeah, yeah.
regarding that. Can you
Open that.
pin Google Drive to the taskbar?
Okay, now open catch up. Okay, so select these two and go click, shift, click. Okay, copy, Command C, Control C. Copy. Okay, great. Now let's go back to your folder.
mm,
Yeah.
here.
Down here. This is from now on always your folder. We made a shortcut to it. So there we go. Now you're in yours. Go into file formats, which is where we were working. And now go ahead and do a paste. And now you got the file. So now open this one. And that's the InDesign version. And when you hover over it now, it's looking
drive.
for my drive spring da. So there's no errors. It knows.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. But again, you have the jaggities, and that's because you're in, VDI.
Hmm.
You're good. Okay, cool. So now what we did, we went to this one, select it. And we either right click on that or we go to this little icon and we tell it to open the original. Edit original. And it's going to open it up in Photoshop. Now you can go to your move, the top tool there, the selection tool. Right there. Yeah. Now grab this photo and move it over to the left. Make a big change, like see only half of his ear or something. Like real big difference. Okay. Now save it. And now let's go back to InDesign. The save is crucial. If you don't save, InDesign doesn't know that anything has changed. So now that you saved it, go to InDesign again, right there. And watch, you guys. It doesn't say question mark anymore. It says, exclamation point. Hover over that exclamation point. Don't click and see what it says. It's been modified, right? It knows that it's been modified. So double click to update. Go ahead and do that. Double click and boom, there he goes. Okay. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yeah.
Everyone go back to Photoshop and move him to some other corner. I don't know. Just start doing some weird stuff and put him on his head, drag him over to the top of the clouds. Yeah, you're in your selection tool. You're fine. Move him somewhere completely different. And if you don't save, if you go back to InDesign right now, he's still going to appear right there. And in fact, if you don't save, go back to InDesign. You don't save it first. Go back to InDesign. It doesn't even notice that anything has happened. It's like showing it to you here and it doesn't say modified anything because as far as it's concerned, nothing's changed. You need to save it. Okay. Now we're not seeing him. Go ahead and save. Command or Control S or, yep, there it is. File save. And now go to InDesign and double click to update. Boom. Okay. You guys, is everyone doing that? Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Make changes, however ridiculous they are, because technically we would not want to not see him, right? But just make something extreme so that you're pretty clear that something is happening. Save, go to InDesign, check it out, update it. For some of you guys, the update will be automatic, and for some of you, you'll have to double click to get the update to happen, depending on the settings. Okay. Double click, boom. All right. So these are two separate files. One you're working on in Photoshop, one you're working on in InDesign, but they are linked and the things that you do in Photoshop get reflected in the InDesign document. Now I'm going to stop your, not stop, I'm going to, I'm going to stop your share also, but I'm going to clear your feedback. And now I need everyone to give me a big old yes if you got it, if it's working. know if you kind of got it and it might be working, but you're not sure what's happening, or no, it's not working. Then give me a no. But if everyone's like managed to do the back and forth and you're clear about it, then that's what we want and we'll move forward. But if you need, this is such a crucial point that I'm happy to you know, belabor it a little bit longer. All right, so Marianne, do you want to share your screen? Let's see what's happening there. It might still be something about the connection in the Google Drive, so.
Oh, I share my screen from here. Okay.
Mhm.
Share. I modified in Photoshop, but it's not showing in my.
Okay, save it. First of all, let me make sure you saved it.
Yeah, I did. I'll
Okay,
s-
so just want to make sure if you're maybe not, oh, yeah, it is saved. I got that. Okay, go to the InDesign.
Oh, well, now it's.
And now it did. Yeah, it did sometimes, you're on VDI. It could be that it's slower. Okay, but
Okay.
yeah. Okay, it's working. So yay.
Sorry. Thank you.
No, hey, guys, stop apologizing for sharing. That's where you're learning. It's fine to share. It's the whole point. It's the whole point. You're learning. If you were experts, you wouldn't be here, right? So relax. Okay.
I for my homework, I know like just really quick, I did do a file. I had it in Photoshop, and when I tried opening it in InDesign, it said that it was not compatible. So
Yeah.
then I stopped there.
Well, you can't open a file that's a Photoshop file in InDesign. You have to
Oh,
place it. Okay. So let me share my screen now. That makes sense. And thanks for trying. And I am so proud of you that you tried, because you guys, if you don't try that, you don't know that. Because when you're in class, you follow my instructions, same place, you did it. And then when you try to do it yourself, you forget that step.
yeah.
And then it's trying it that you go, oops, something's not working. So please, please, that if nothing else, Marianne, 100 kudos for doing that and trying, because now you know what question to ask. You're like, I tried to open it, it didn't work. And I can go, well, this is why. When you have a document in InDesign and you try to bring something in,
Yes.
if you go to Bridge or whatever, you can't open a PSD in InDesign. Like I can't open it in InDesign. That's not how it works. InDesign only opens InDesign files. So how do you bring it in? You do file place. So I'm gonna go all the way, and I have on the Mac, I have to show it to you this way. I go up here to file, and you don't see the word file, but you see the place right there. Okay,
Oh, okay.
file place. And then it goes, what do you want to place? And you go, I want to place this, whichever might it be. And in this case, I placed the flowers or whatever. And then we say, okay. And then once you do that, it'll appear in your, and I need
Got
to,
it. That was what I was missing. Thank you so much.
exactly, no problem. And I believe if I did this right, that I tried to write that in the, this isn't the design techniques, I'm sorry. I'm not sure if I did that. Yeah, I didn't, I just said create that document, and then I just said place the photo in the document, but I didn't say how to place the photo in the document. I just said place the photo in the document. So sometimes I try to be a bit more careful of that. And so create an design and then do file, place that photo in the document, and then move until it fills. But anyway, what tends, let me just show you how to search here. And sometimes I have a lot of descriptions like linked file. We modified it and saved it in there. We did it, right? I might talk about that. But other times I don't. But if you just want to search my posts, you go to this little search thing and just say Diana and search. And then it'll come up with just my versions. And I see, bad me, that I didn't post all the steps, which normally I do. I think I was trying to catch everyone up and I forgot. Normally I do that. All I said is we modified it and saved it and updated in design. It was the worst case scenario. That is not a very good explanation. Normally, I do a better job of explaining what it is that we're doing. So then you would find the steps there, but no, I didn't. And since you guys didn't, because if I don't model it, you guys won't. My request from now on, ideally, is that when we do something, right? And we're probably running a bit, we were a bit behind. I would have done something like this. I would have said, we open the links panel, right? And how do you open the links panel? You open the links panel from the windows, and then you select it, and then you edit and that kind of stuff. But to bring the photo in, we do file place. So for now, on a very belabored attempt to catch up, let me just write in here. That to see the linked file that we placed into InDesign by going to File, Place. To see the link file. Then we can view all the link file information in the links window. If you don't see the links window, go to window dash links and pull it up that way. To modify the file in its original application, right click on the file name and choose edit original. Okay, so that in a tiny little all-in-one description. Usually I would have been doing it step by step. That gives you a little bit of the review that we're doing right now. Yes, Kristen?
So when I do file in place, it tells me cannot place postcard bleed sample .indd into postcard bleed sample .indd.
Exactly. You can't place
Okay.
an InDesign into an InDesign.
So if I had picked a different file
You have to
to place, it would automatically.
place Illustrator, Layered, Photoshop, GIF, you can place so many things, but InDesign doesn't place itself into InDesign. Okay?
Oh, I
Because
thought only InDesign could go into InDesign.
no. So Laurent, InDesign is the final output piece. It's the place where everything gets laid out.
Hmm.
Can't put one layout inside of another layout.
Okay.
In the layout, you put in your PSDs from Photoshop, TIFFs from Photoshop, GIFs, AI, layer. I mean, there's like bazillion files fit into InDesign, except for its own self. Okay.
Okay.
So so if I go into InDesign right now, right, and I say file place, and again, this is whenever I do file place, I have to move this thing over here because you don't see the share. When I say file place, I can bring in a PSD, a JPEG, a PSD, an SVG, an AI, a TIFF, an AI, a PDF, a JPEG, everything. The only thing I can't bring into itself is itself.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. So that's the only thing I can't bring in. All right. All of these are marvelous points and questions. So I'm glad you guys are thinking. To me, there's nothing better than a good question because that means you're thinking it through. You're engaging with the material. You wouldn't have questions if you're just kind of half tuned out. So don't hesitate at asking whenever you think, oh, one more question. No, that is important. That is the whole point. Your questions move the class forward. All right. Okay, so that was the magic of, so to say, magic of InDesign, that you can have a whole layout for something filled with images, and then you take it to the client, even if the client is yourself. The next day you look at it, you go, I don't like him peeking in, I want him peeking out, or whatever, right? I don't want it green, I want it yellow, or I don't like that text, I want this text. Whatever you come back with, you go, okay, that logo shouldn't be green. select the logo, go to the links, edit it in Illustrator, make the logo blue, come back in. Does that make sense, you guys? So let's do that. This doesn't necessarily need a logo. Let's go for it. Let's go File Place or Command or Control D. That's a shortcut for File Place. And
Deanna, how do I get rid of something I pulled into InDesign?
you selected it, you just delete it, hit delete.
Like right click on it?
No, just make sure it's selected, right? Like you have these boxes around it and hit delete key on your keyboard.
Can't see it.
Do you want to share? I mean, you guys already know that sharing, once you get accustomed to it, takes a literal second, and then I can answer your question faster than trying to guess, so.
So I'm talking about this here.
Yes, I see that. So, in this case, you, since it's already selected, you see how it's selected because,
Mm-hmm.
so all you need to do is go to your keyboard and hit the delete key, because whatever is selected will disappear when you hit your delete key. Is the delete key not working? There it is.
It's that delay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Especially when you're sharing the screen, there's that little mini delay, but just be slightly patient with it and it'll work. That's for better or for worse. It's the good and the bad of VDI plus Zoom. Because if it's not on, you're not on Zoom, it's a tad faster. But when you're on Zoom, it's that extra tad slower. But it's only a few seconds. It's usually not a big deal.
Right.
Okay. All right. So now I'm sharing again. And let me leave him. Where should I leave him? Peeking in from the bottom in the greens. Let me have that be his final location. I don't really care. It's just about having a place to demo changes. I've just saved. I go back to InDesign and see how for me it already updates. I didn't have to go and modify it. So that has to do a little bit with how fast the computer is and stuff like that, because I don't have the symbol that says warning sign triangle, right? That I need to forcefully update. Now, one more thing. For those of you, for me, this thing has a link right here. It's telling me that this image is linked. When I go and change it in Photoshop, and now I'm talking to those of you who do have to update it. So now I'm seeing only the belly of the tripod, so to say. I'm now saving it. When I go back to InDesign, oh, this time it did it. Good. I was going to say it's been automatically updating, but see there, I don't know why sometimes it shares and sometimes it doesn't, but I wanted to show you right here. Even if I don't have the links panel open, already I can tell something's wrong, because see how over there I don't see a link anymore? Instead, what I'm seeing is the warning sign. And down here, I'm seeing an error. So InDesign is very good about telling you something's wrong here. Do you guys see that? After you make a change, when you come back, either it updated it automatically, which it does sometimes, which it did last time I shared it to you, or it tells you, whoops, whoopsie daisy. So when it says that, and if I go here, it also says that, it's basically got 3 ways that it's trying to tell you something needs to be updated. And hopefully you see one or the other or the third. Now, each one of them needs a different way of reacting to it. This one needs a double click. This one needs a single click. And this one, if you have no idea because you're looking around and you can't see any errors anywhere else, this one here helps you find the error. You click on this. So let's assume that you didn't see that and you didn't see that, like you're clueless, but you see the error. Maybe you've been working for 10 minutes and you forgot that you had updated this and you're like, what's wrong? What's wrong? You're not, your link panel is closed. You're like, not paying attention. Maybe you've got the image zoomed in, right? So it's like that. And so suddenly you're like, why do I see the 3 errors? So hold on. Let me clear my pink lines. So you don't see that one because you're zoomed in. You don't see this one because it's closed. The only one left is this one. You see what I mean? That one is always there. Yeah. So if I'm sitting here going, whoops, it says that looks like there's an error. Let's click on that. and the error doesn't do anything. Look at that. When I can either click on the little arrow and open the pre-flight panel, or I can just double click on the error and it opens a pre-flight panel. So does everyone have the pre-flight panel opened up?
Oh, no, I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay, so do you have an error or are you
I
green?
do. I saved it again, after making a change. Oh, I see the error. Okay.
Okay, so double click on the word error or just click on that arrow and open the pre-flight panel. Let's open the pre-flight panel. How does an error work?
I got it.
An error message can be many kinds of errors, not just this one, but this is the only one we know of right now. So when you open the error, it says there's an error on the links. So it's telling you it's the links issue. So you go, oh, okay. And there's one error only. So you open that and it goes, there's a modified link. You're like, oh, okay. And you open that and it tells you this one has been modified. So it kind of traced it. It's the Sherlock Holmes of InDesign. It told you what the problem is. You see that? But you can't fix it from here. What you need to do is double click. So I'm going to double click and it brought me to the place where it's showing me that I can update it there. So when I hover over that, double click to view details or click to view details in the info section. And over here, down there is the info section. So I open it and it says the link file has changed and the link needs to be updated. How to fix it. In the links panel, use the update button to bring the link up to date. So basically it's telling you what to do. Does that make sense? There might be other things that you don't know how to fix. So basically it's all there. You click on it, it says, oh, there's a link problem. Oh, there's a modified link. Oh, really? Has it been updated? What's the mistake? It has to be updated. So then by then, hopefully, you know to go to the links and go. Now, if you don't know how to go to links, one more thing. When you click on this little one, it's telling you it's on page 1. We only have 1 page, but if we had 50 pages, it might say 47. That means it's 47. I click on that one and it takes me, which is what it did, to the file. And there I get to see that, or I open the links panel and I see that. Okay, so double click over there or just simply one click on that. That's it. That's all it takes. And now it's updated and look at my pre-flight panel. No errors, nothing there, all green. Everyone's happy again, or at least InDesign is happy. All right, I can close my pre-flight panel for now. Keep an eye there. Every time you see an error, you go, I wonder what's up, and check it out. Because yeah, we don't always have our links panel open and we don't always see the place where it was warning me. All right. I'm gonna go one last time and bring him in because it's weird to see just his tripod. I haven't tried this one. I'm gonna see just his head. I'm gonna save it there. And here I am in InDesign and single click, boom, he's there. All right, so now I do want a show of greens if everything we've been doing is working. Really, 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 I mean it. A show of red if something is still not working, or if you came up with another question in the middle of his explanation, well, what if? This is the what if time. All right, Tia, Vichika, Moni, Marianne, you all good?
Yes, I'm good. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Guys, when everyone who's in the class comes, and I have 30 people, it's harder to do this one-on-one, but there's a few of us, so don't worry. There's time to be one-on-one. This class historically has 24 people in it, so I don't know where they've gone. Friday nights or evenings does not seem to be a very popular time, but take advantage of it. You've almost got a private class with me, not really private, but you know, it's like ask away. Take advantage of of the extra time by not leaving any doubts. Then what you learn, you really learn. All right. Okay. So, who remembers how to see this image without the extra lines, formatting lines that I've got going here?
You just hit the W key.
W key, perfect. What am I looking at right now? What version is this? Once I click the, what do you keep? What's this version? This
Preview.
is- Go for it.
Preview.
It's the preview of what? Because this was also a preview, to say the truth. So what is this? A preview of what?
Like the final postcard without any of the like bleed lines or anything.
This is what I'm gonna get the moment it lands in my hands, okay? From the printer who did all the trimming, all the things it needed. So it dropped all the stuff that I carefully placed in the bleed lines. Now, once again, in my final positioning, I left a bit of his face out, but it's not as bad as the first positioning where I had left his eye out, right? So that said, let me talk about bleed a little bit again. It's hard to really tell the effect of the bleed until you hit the W, because over there, I might have even been unaware that that he was even near it. It's just kind of, he's there, he's fine, he looks good, right? So when you hit the W, there's a bit of a problem there because the bleed line is an eighth of an inch, right? So an eighth of an inch that way, an eighth of an inch this way. So we're looking at this as really big, but the bleed line is really only an eighth of an inch. So imagine a machine, a big pair of scissors, it's a big chunk, coming and cutting right there along the correct line, right? And it does it to many pieces at a time. Whole stack goes and it does a good job, and it chucks exactly where it should. Yeah. So that's the best case scenario. It cuts exactly where it should. Now, say that the pile is shifts over a little bit or a little bit, or the blade is a little bit one way or the other, and people are in a hurry. They got to go off to their, whatever, happy hour. And if they cut a little bit over into the bleed, which is why we designed the bleed, yeah, then you might end up getting a cut over here. So all's good. We get a bit more of his head. Just get a little bit less of this side. Will that make sense? Because the piece is still going to be 4 by 6 or whatever I designed it by. They're not going to give me a 4 1/8 by 4 1/8. They're going to give me a 4 by 6. So if they cut over here, they're going to cut over there. Does that make sense, you guys? I'll have a little bit less here and a little bit less there. So on the other hand, if the person who was in a hurry or the machine was misaligned and instead they cut into this bleed, an eighth of an inch that way, what's going to happen here is that I'm going to get cut an eighth of an inch this way, and we're back to losing his eye. Got it? Does that description work?
Yes.
If it shifts one way, it shifts the other, right? And so if this looks like, okay, it's passable, he's fine, his eyes are not in the bleed, yeah, as long as they cut that way. But if they cut in, boom, we've basically end up with an image, that's kind of like that, which would not be good, would it? So that is why we have that second line, the margin, right? Now, this is a huge margin, right? We were playing around with numbers here, and I don't know which one we left it at. So it's not like his eye needs to respond to the margin, but you want to keep any crucial piece of an image crucial, not just another cloud, but crucial, like one eyeball is crucial, an eighth of an inch that way and an eighth of an inch this way, because you know that if it goes in that direction, then that's also considered in danger. Basically, that's in danger and that's in danger. Best case scenario, the cut is right there. But if not, we have a bit too much head or a bit too little head. Yeah?
Mhm.
You don't want to give them the chance to go wrong. You want to give them the chance. You want to give them the chance to go wrong, and your piece still be good.
Deanna, you said the margins were big. Would you ask the printer how big the margin should be?
No. I mean, no. The margins are up to the designer. The printer. There's no size the margins should be. The size the margins need to be, whatever you set them at, is at least has to be 1/8 of an inch in, right? So that you have the same amount of bleed to the outside and to the inside. So that's the minimum. So for example, right now, if you have nothing else selected, so deselect everything, right? So that you can see in the properties panel the margins. In all the playing around with margins that we did the other day, I left them in uneven situation. See how you have the link? So let's go ahead and make them that minimum 1/8 of an inch. So that would be 0.125. So there, that's 0.125. 0.125, and I guess if I had them linked, I wouldn't have to be doing this repeatedly. That's 0.125. So see how now I have the same amount on my bleed on the outside and on the inside? This is the maximum width of that margin, which immediately just having that there is warning me that if they cut wrong that way, I'm going to lose half an eyeball. So then that should make me go running into Photoshop, grabbing this guy, moving him over and going, phew, good thing I noticed. I moved him a little bit over. I go to InDesign, I update, and now I have, no matter what, even if they go in 1/8 of an inch, his eyeball won't be missing. Got it? But that doesn't a margin make. That's just the minimum safety area you need to consider. But a margin is something that we usually use to consider what's the furthest away that my text or anything that needs to be legible can be. So let's consider, is that I something that has to be legible? As in, if I'm cutting it in half, is that a problem? Yeah, then that has to be legible. Versus, if this is a crowd of 25 people, I'm sure that 1 or 2 of the people are going to be cut in half, and who cares because you're representing a crowd, in which case that eyeball wouldn't be important. Does that make sense? So what really matters is what's legible. So usually what we want is our text to be within the margins. And I don't know that I would like to have a postcard where the text is only 1/8 of an inch from the margin. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
So we're going to put some text in there right now, and 1/8 of an inch is not enough of a margin for text, especially if they make a mistake. So let's put in a little bit of text right now and see what we're talking about. So did everyone make their margin 1/8 of an inch, which is 0.125? Yeah, Moni, Marianne, Tia, yeah, I'm seeing Tia, Kristen, and Dom. They're nodding, but everyone else has to let me know. Well, Moni said
Sorry,
she's.
my cup keeps disappearing.
Oh, you know what? If you're busy and you don't want me to call on you because when it disappears, I think you're back. Go instead of putting the cup, go to the bottom choice that says "Be right back."
Okay.
Because I know you're working, so that's fine. I don't need to call on you. When you're ready to be called on because you're not working, then go back to off, but that way it doesn't keep disappearing. Okay. And Jinsu always watches the recordings and does that from there. She's done this class many times, so kind of like Moni, they keep an eye out for some golden nugget. Not necessarily listening to every inch of what I'm saying, okay? And if you're at that point when you get around to doing that, definitely ask me for permission and I'll tell you if that's a good way to take the class. All right, depending on where you're at, that might work or not. Okay, so here we go. We put our margin in the right spot. Let me clear your answers, meaning we gave it a margin that is way too tiny for a really good margin, but let's go with it. Let's put some text in here. Let's grab this type tool. That's a type tool. And given that we want to, the margin is where you put your text in, we're going to put the tip of my mouse of my type tool right at the top 2 edges of what I called my margin. Click and drag, and I'm going to make some a box that goes kind of from the beginning of those 2 margins to the bottom of the 2 margins, and I'm going to make it as big as all the white area that I see, which isn't going to be good, you'll see, but I'll put it there. So let me do that again. I grab my type tool, click and drag to make it that big. Now, when you first make a type tool, you might just click, or you might click and drag and drop it there. And there you go. That's a area box, and you might do that and it's wrong or whatever. That's fine. Command or Control Z to undo that. Learn to not fix, just redo, right? Command Control Z and then drag again from end to end. And once you finish, you shouldn't really be seeing that box because we put it against the margins. Once you don't put it against the margins, you see the box. But since we put it against the margins kind of absorbs those bounding box, but it's giving me a cursor to begin writing. Now that cursor is going to be set up at whatever default set you are using in the program. Over here it's telling me Minion Pro Regular, or it could also be set up as what you used last. I don't want to write anything. I want to bring in some sample text. So how do we bring some sample text in? We go up to, oh, I need to move this over. You go up to Type, Fill with Placeholder Text. Type, fill with placeholder text. So I'm going to show you that again. Type, fill with placeholder text. Once you let go, there we go. We have some lorem ipsum, which is now not beginning with the text lorem ipsum, but lorem ipsum is a text that people as design has been using for eons. I don't know if millennia, because I don't think people were printing out books a millennium ago. Maybe, well, they were a millennium ago, in fact. But it's a Latin text. It's a big Latin books that somebody once transcribed, wrote it all out, and for eons has been used as a placeholder text, which means if no one gave me the text that's going to go in this piece yet, but I need to design it, I need something that still follows the language rules: short words, long words, uppercase, lowercase, question mark, paragraph, right? So I'm trying to fake imitate that I have real vocabulary, which if you just kind of go tap, 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 XXYZ, it never looks real, right? But most people don't understanding enough to focus on it. It just looks like basic text. So that's called lorem ipsum text. So we got our placeholder text. Let's keep going to the type tool, right? To the selection tool. We don't need the type tool anymore. So back to the selection tool. If I grab it and move it, it moves around. It's a box of a certain height and size. But now, to see what we did, hit the W, and that is putting text to the edge of the bleed line. It's doable, but within everything we've been talking about, what would be the worst case scenario? This is in the best case scenario, that's doable. What would be the worst case scenario here? Tia, someone else who's been working in the industry here, who's been doing stuff.
I'm not sure what the worst case scenario would be. I guess if it gets cut off, I'm not sure.
Remember that I just said that bleed. Wow, time for a first break. Hold on. Remember that the worst case scenario was, the best case scenario was that the trim is correct. This is best case scenario. Worst case scenario, they're going to get the trim a little bit wrong over here, and your whole image, the text is going to end up there. Or there, and they got it wrong on the top too. So your cut ends up over there. Does that make sense, you guys? We cut a bit too close here and a bit too close there. And then next thing you know, you're seeing your text end up there because you didn't give it a real margin, right? That is best case scenario margin, is the 1/8 of an inch bleed, but that's not a real margin. A real margin has to be giving that extra space some air. So a real margin, and now select everything, select neutral so that nothing's selected. That's click, so this time you only change it one time, make sure that this is connected. So the minimum a margin should be at the very least 1/4 inch. And it does depend on the product, but if I have 1/4 inch, now I can grab this and put it at 1/4 inch. And now, worst case scenario, if that does get cut out over there, then my text is only at that point. Yeah. So 1/4 inch gives you a bit more leeway in people, machines, things getting their job not done correctly, and you're still not in deep trouble. Does that make sense, you guys?
Deanna, how do you move the text around?
Yeah.
Can you do that again? I actually was looking
Yeah.
away.
So I just have my mouse on the selection tool and then
Okay,
grab it and put my mouse on it and move it around.
yeah.
I haven't changed size though, that's just moving it around.
Yep.
Once you do change the margins to be a 1/4 inch, now
Got it.
keep an eye on that top left corner, and then I'm gonna snap it right into the new margin. And then I have too much in the bottom, so then I grabbed this little box and moved it up to the new margin. And then this one in for a bit of space, and somehow I ended up with some, there's much more to teach you about text for now. Just get it off the bleeds, okay? We'll be doing a lot of work around text, but right now I just want to make sure that you guys understand what's happening with the edges and why a 1/4 inch would be truly considered maybe minimum best minimum really best case scenario. And over here, worst case scenario, I'm gonna cut 1/4 of his chin off, but hey, I don't know that that's as bad. Definitely cutting off his eye in half was bad. Chin. Okay, let me head back over to Photoshop. Let me move him in again, save again, right? And then go back to InDesign and update. And now, even if the worst case scenario happens, which is that I get cut, that I get my image chopped off at the entire bleed, all I'm gonna lose is, you know, the bottom part of his neck, but his chin will be there, his eye will be there, the text will be there. This is a safe set of choices, right? I'm not saying it's beautiful, pretty, whatever. This is safe. Everything here is safe. If something gets cut off, it's clouds. If something gets cut off, it's buildings. It's his from his neck down, and it's white, white, white. I'm not going to lose text, and I'm not going to lose anything crucial from the imagery. If that makes sense, if you're able to create the safe version of this image as far as bleeding and trim lines is concerned, and again, I'm hitting the W to see the before and after, then give me a yes. If you have any questions, give me a raise your hand or give me a no. All right, so what if, perfect, Kristen. Love
Hi.
it. Oh, I love it. I always hesitate, 3 breaths, and then I go, but I forget that some people are still making it to their, yeah. Kristen,
So my question is, we have an error, a 1 error, and then when you made your change in Photoshop and then click back, I didn't see you go correct that yellow triangle through the
didn't.
link button.
I should have spoken. I clicked it. I changed it through here. Let me do it again.
Ah,
I kind of did it quickly. I did that. I did save. I went to InDesign and I just automatically went and clicked.
got it. Okay.
Just
Okay.
one time there. It's as good as that.
All right,
Right.
but we still have 1 error down here.
Yes, and that error we're going to deal with after break, but it has to do with what we did to our text.
Okay, got
So
it. Thank you.
we're going to handle that 1 error after break. And welcome, Maricel. Thanks for joining us. And I'm only laughing because Maricel was in my morning class. We're going to take our first break. So I'm sorry that you're popping in just as we're about to take our first break. But let me, before we do that, do you have, were you here? Did you do this work on the class last week? Not this, we didn't have text, but we had this. Did you get around to doing that in class, Maricel? Because if not, I can tell you how to catch up.
She said she did not. She's traveling.
Oh, she's writing in the chat. Oh,
Mhm.
here you go. Traveling at the moment. Okay. All right. And if you're traveling at the moment, then you don't need the files anyway. But let me just tell you that whenever you get around to catching up, in the class files, I have a catch up there. And if you open that catch up, oh God, I'm doing Illustrator again. I insist on having it here, don't I? I don't need it. Shared drives, design techniques, catch up right there. Here are the files. You can download from here to watch the recording and start from here with where we're at, okay? And if I have more than one catch up, I might select these in a folder and put them catch up from last week, and then I'll put a catch up from this week, because some people have to actually watch 2 recordings to actually catch up. Okay. So save this file so that we keep this, including the error. If you don't have the error, don't worry, it's because you got to do something with text, but we'll deal with it. And we are going to take our first break, which is going to be, and I'm looking at the time, 4:07. 4:15 plus 15 would have been 4:20 plus 3, 4:23. Is that 15 minutes? I'm not good at math. Is that right?
15 minutes?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
So is that 4:23? Is that 15 minutes?
Maybe.
If you're as good at math as
Right.
me, then maybe is good enough. Here we go.
You
4:23.
just tell us 15 minutes, come back.
Well, it's not that, because when you're out there, you go, when did we start the break? So I always do my best to put it in the chat
Mm,
so that you can check and go, oh yeah, 15 minutes have come by. Best thing you can do is grab your phone and set, hey, Siri, set a timer for 12 minutes. And then that gives you 3 minutes to still make it back, right? So that's what I do. I set a timer for 12 minutes each time I give a break. All right, see you guys in 15. Alright, I'm back. Actually, I'm aware it's a minute early, so I guess I'm not back. Or I am back, but you don't have to be back yet. All right, let me know. Let me clear your answers. Let me know if you are somewhere there in the background. Give me a yes. But I know I'm a bit early, so I'll wait till someone shows up in real life.
Professor,
Yes.
I did my homework and I'd like to add it to the
To the
Uh,
Padlet,
yes. But I
Mhm.
forgot how to
the
I
link.
well, I copied it, but I forgot how to put it.
How to do the screenshot or
I clicked the plus button. I'm already there, but
oh, you're on a VDI, so you need to paste it. So just remember the Control V,
control
Um,
got it.
V
Okay.
for victory.
There we go. Yes. Okay.
Perfect. Let me see.
Published. And if I did something wrong,
Mhm.
let me know. It's
Okay.
asking me for
I'm
the name.
refreshing to see it. Don't see it yet. You just published it?
Yeah, I changed my name. It gave me a little weird name, so I changed it
Yeah.
to what you.
It gives you names like Fast Bunny or I don't know. It uses weird little.
Mine was invisible centipede, so I didn't like it.
It's so funny. All right, here's okay, there it appears, Marianne. All right, ethical and sustainable, made
But
for
it's
you.
pixelized.
What's up
The work is pixelized.
from something? Yeah.
I did it in Photoshop.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Okay. So you basically, this is in Photoshop and the text you made in Photoshop?
No, the text I made in oh, I should have done that. I didn't know how to do the text in Photoshop, so I did it in Canva and just pulled it all together.
Okay, that's fine. We're learning. As you saw, we're beginning the incursion into text into InDesign right now. But let
Yes,
me say that if you're going to do in text, it should technically be done in InDesign or in Illustrator. Photoshop is good for placement purposes. But ideally it isn't a good export place for text. That said, if you export as a PDF, you can export it from Photoshop, but you wouldn't want to bring in text in JPEG format from
okay. I'm
Photoshop
gonna play
into
around with
InDesign.
it and do it again.
Yeah. No, well, no problem. We'll definitely learn how to do this same thing in InDesign, so you don't have to do it in Photoshop. In fact, usually we don't lay out text in Photoshop unless you're doing it for like a web page or something like that, where you're just basically doing it for what's called for FPO for placement purposes, we call it, when we're just checking it out, deciding and stuff like that. But then you either create that text in a vector program like Illustrator or InDesign. InDesign is what I'm going to teach you because that's what we're working on. Or you have to export it from Photoshop as part of a PDF. But then if you do that, you probably are not coming into InDesign, right? So anyway,
No,
that's the back and forth. But awesome. So now when you did this screenshot, what I don't see here that I'd like to do, have you do another one, is I'd like you to give me a screenshot with click on the W so that I can see your document, so that I can see the
oh,
margins and the bleeds and all that, because that'll
Okay.
give me a bit of a better idea of what's happening.
okay. I will I'd like to redo it better. So I'm going to import just the photo and do the text in InDesign, like you
Perfect.
did.
And that's what we're going to be beginning to work on, so you can have that feedback. But also for me to tell you what's happening to the
The
edges
file
and stuff
itself.
like that. I need to see a little bit more because I'm not sure if the document's supposed to finish there or supposed to finish there or there. Because the
No,
screenshot just shows me white, but I'm
Yeah.
not sure of your margins and stuff, which is fine. Normally the people don't need that, but since here I'm trying to give you some critical, constructive criticism, I need to hear, I need to see all that stuff to tell you, well, no, that looks great, or hey, how about you move it a bit to the right or to the left or whatever that might be, right?
it's not ideal. It's not the way I would want it truly.
Mhm.
But I'm just
Well,
gonna
give me another screenshot with all of the lines, the margins and the bleed. Although that said, you guys, there's no need for bleed in this document, right? Because there's no color extending beyond the outline, the edges of the document. Does that make sense, you guys?
yeah.
Now, if there's gonna be no bleed in this document, and again, just because we're learning, everyone's learning here. Do you have something you would say about this design, based on the conversation we just had about how accurate trim is or isn't? The trimming process of what you get back from the printer. Well, you printing on your printer where you can cut it correctly, but if you say you'd make 500 of this one and you have someone send it back to you. Does anyone have any idea of what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think you might end up showing some white. I mean, if it cuts the photo off, that's gonna be fine, just because it's the pattern of the baskets. But it could show white if it's not cut correctly.
Now, here's yes, we're talking, that's the
Yeah,
conversation I'm
That would
having.
be fine though.
Well, actually, hold on. Let me follow through that thought, Kristen, about whether it be fine or not. As I said, since I don't have the lines here, I'm gonna assume that what you're showing me is the trim, meaning that this is where you want it to end, and that's where it wanted to end, and that's where you want it to end, that's where you want it to end, right? That's the assumption I'm making, right, you guys?
Mhm.
That's the assumption I'm making. And I just said, well, this document doesn't need bleed. What I meant by that, when I said this document doesn't need bleed, is I meant this document doesn't have material that needs to go to the edge with color, right? So, yeah, this document doesn't have any material that needs to go to the edge with color. But whoops, yikes, sorry, I didn't mean to, I didn't, I clicked on the wrong thing. Here we go. Here we go. Oh no, now I opened a different one. So you actually are giving me the one that has the bleed.
Oh yeah, it's messed up.
Don't worry. I don't care about whether it's messed up or not. I'm not trying to make anyone right or wrong. I'm trying to teach based on what I just taught, something using your image, because I
Yeah.
want people to think it. So I'm not saying it's right or wrong. And in fact, I really appreciate you sharing a real project because that's what it's all about. And then having us all think it through. Okay. So don't feel made wrong if I say that something is wrong or right, or if Kristen says something, and any feedback that everyone gives is just,
yeah.
you're all learning, right?
I totally don't mind.
Got it. So the feedback that I have for this, slightly as opposed to what Kristen said, is I'm not sure if the pattern will be okay. And why is that? Let me just say why. It would seem that if this is going to be a white postcard, you're paying less, by the way, when you don't have bleed. So that's always good because instead of printing more paper that they need to cut off and leave it on the floor, you are getting, maybe the paper that's the right size, or they're using smaller pieces of paper. So it is cheaper to not print outside of the lines of where the trim is for the most part. But the trimming machine is going to come here and is going to cut right there. And I'm not doing it very accurately, but this is the line where it's going to cut, right? And it's a bit of a thick line, and then they're going to cut over here. What happens is the machine, bleed or no bleed, makes a mistake and cuts a little bit too further in and cuts right there. Right? Think it through. If you are purposely leaving a really nice little white line on the top and the bottom of that design and the cutter cuts wrong, you might end up with either worst case scenario would be like a teensy white line here and a big white line there, right? Because it's going to make it uneven. Or you might end up with no line there and a big line there, or vice versa. Maybe it cuts it there, right? Maybe the trim light comes and cuts right there, and then up here, you have a lot of white space and even more white space, and so then your text is kind of falling out the bottom. Does that make sense what I'm saying, you guys? It's not about whether this is right or wrong. It's a decision you need to make, which is if I do want some space there and some space there, I got to give it more space.
Okay.
If I don't want space there, then let me just go to bleed, right? But if you give it the right amount of space that looks good to us now, that's too small of a space to count on it working. And it looks really cute, I have to say, to have a little white space, but in real life, it's not, it's a risky proposition and hoping that they're going to trim it correctly. I don't have them right now because I just moved my workspace from where I've been teaching for years to here. And I had my husband's business card, which I've been printing for, 3-4 times over the last few years. And each time I print it, and I had these samples where you guys could see, at one point they're cutting it, an 1/8 of an inch lower, and the other time they're cutting it a 1/16 of an inch higher, another time they're cutting it 1/16 lower. It's always a tad different. So if is the address or part of the QR code or something was on the edge, some of it would be either too close to the edge or cut off. So it all has to be a bit safer. So the safe space is a little bit further in. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Absolutely. Dina, what would you do though? Like, would you make the basket bigger?
Well, either you have to choose at this point to have this go out and have it have bleed. So you make the
Mhm.
photo out all the way there. And then if it cuts in or out, the basket is always good. So you're basically not leaving white space. Or you are cutting that image at that point and you're leaving more white space here, more white space there, so that even if it cuts in one way or another, you still get white space. Does that make sense?
Yes.
This
Yeah.
is a bit risky. This is not so risky if you want white space on that side, because if they cut in at the max mistake they can make, there'll still be white space. This is the one that's not enough. This is
Okay.
exactly the 1/8 of an inch, which is that safety margin. You're not giving it safety margin. And I can't tell over here, but if this is 1/8 of an inch, then it's possible that this text will be, let me try to make a better line. If it cuts wrong, the text will be safe. So it's okay in the safety margin, but then you need to wonder if it cuts that way, is it balanced to have no space there and so much space there? And answer might be yeah, because white space is attractive. Or do they want me to move this up a little tad so that this moves up just a tad, enough to have a bit more space there? You still have a good end of white space up there, but you're not so crunched here in the worst case scenario. Does that
Yeah.
make sense? And then over here, you might want to balance this white space a bit with that white space or that white space where, now this is a design issue, has nothing to do with whether it'll be right or wrong. You might want to put this text a little bit further that way to have it balanced within the white space that you do have. Okay?
The mistake that I
That's
made.
the only design tip I have. The rest are technical tips. Does that make sense?
Yes, for sure. Thank you.
You're welcome. But you had something that you were saying before I.
Oh, the mistake that I made was to try to combine text and image in Photoshop. But like you were teaching us, we can actually add each separately in InDesign. So we
Yeah.
do the photo in Photoshop and
But
later add the text in InDesign, which I think
Mhm.
would make this process easier for me.
Definitely treat this as a separate situation that you put in InDesign. But let me just say that if perchance you were doing this for social media and you're doing it in Photoshop and you're not going through InDesign and you're just doing it there, you can still have this text moved over a little bit over to
Yeah.
the right in Photoshop. You can still have more space there, more space. So it doesn't matter what product you're using. The concern about space here or there, once you send this to the company, they don't care where you did it. If you did it in Canva, Photoshop, or in InDesign, they're just going to trim, and the trim is going to be wrong. So it's merely a physical, situational kind of issue that I'm telling you about. The only comment as far as whether the design is good or bad is that I think you might want to balance a bit more the space here and there, but that you can do in any of the programs. That said, I find that sometimes it is a bit easier to visualize it in Photoshop, where you don't have all the lines and things that the more we have in design is going to have a lot of lines and things and boxes and stuff. So actually it might be a little bit easier to visualize it in Photoshop and then to go, okay, I kind of like it over there. Now let me go lay it out correctly in InDesign, right? So it's not a bad idea to have done that in Photoshop at all. It's just maybe not the place where you would do the final work, right? But anyway, I really commend you for putting this up there. And if anyone felt like, oh, I don't want her to say anything about mine, so I'm not going to put up there, please, hopefully this was the other way around. I managed to teach you how to look at a real life image and how to be concerned or not about the edges and the trim. I need to find my
I thought it looked
examples.
terrific.
What's that?
Thank
I thought
you.
it looked terrific.
Oh, it looks wonderful. I mean, as far as like design, I actually really like it. So definitely not an issue. But for example, look at this that has all the lines, right? This is the one that had a lot of lines and stuff like that. Are you aware that when you look at it this way, everyone, it's kind of harder to tell if it's too close or too far, or if this space is too much or that not, because there's lines here, there's lines here. So it's like, do we have enough space? Is it balanced or is it not balanced? I can't tell. Which is why when you hit the W, you see it like this, then you can go, oh, I didn't notice that I had more white or less white, or you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
this is the same program, only with that W hit or not hit to see the margins and the bleeds and the text boxes and all the stuff. Because when you have all that stuff, it's just harder to read, meaning this one is harder to read.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So so now I'm going back to InDesign, my InDesign. Let me clear the drawings. If I'm trying to see whether this is good or bad location placement, it's going to be much easier if I hit my W and I go, oh, okay, I see that maybe I'm too close, I'm too far, I'm too this, I'm too that. But when I'm in this mode, it's a bit harder. So you have to like really force yourself to pay attention to what the edges are, because all the stuff that's in the way can get too busy. So you build it like this, and then you remember to hit the W and go, oh, I see. That doesn't seem, and then you move it around, right? So,
Okay.
yeah, so you want to hit this and that all the time, which what you're showing here is pretty much like one version of each, right? This
Right.
is where you check the technical stuff. This is where you check if it looks good. Like, oh, okay. And then here you go and change the technical, and then you look, oh, does it look good? So here is a bleed big enough? And then the other one, does it look good? Does that make
Okay.
sense? You're basically using both approaches.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. And thank you so much for putting it up there. I'm gonna clear your guys's answers, and good job for doing that, and good job for just trying to work outside of what you know. You know Canva, and you're like, I'm gonna try to learn something new, and I think that's the best thing you can do, because it's easy to just stay within what you already know, but you already have discovered that it has limitations. So you're trying to learn how to get out of those limitations. That's wonderful. I really commend you for that. All right. So
Marianne's in VDI.
what's that?
She's in VDI.
I'm in VDI.
And you were able to import?
I used Place.
Yeah. Well, here's, if you're in VDI, what you need to do is you need to go to open your
Oh, I see.
open your My Drive, your personal My Drive, and put your photos that you want to work with in your My Drive,
From
and then
here.
you can access them from inside of VDI.
And you put them in My Drive by,
I clicked new, and then I was able to get the file off my personal computer.
Yeah, so basically my drive is the pipeline portion of the drive dedicated to
right,
your stuff, right?
right,
So you go, are you on a Mac or on a PC?
PC.
Okay, so you open your file explorer. Let me share my entire screen now. Hold on. You open your file explorer. This is the Finder window, which is equivalent on the Mac, right? You find the files that you have on your computer. This is your file explorer, right?
Mhm,
You find a file that you want to use, say this one.
mhm,
In My Drive, you find the folder where we've been working on class files. You have
right,
what you made, you open it up, and then you just drag that in there. So then when you're inside of VDI, you go to your My Drive and there's your file. Your personal file is in there. Okay.
okay. All right, thank you.
You then want to use it back in your computer. It's in your drive. You have to download it back into your computer. All right. So yeah, it's just take us a couple steps, but it's totally doable.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, oh, we don't need my Finder window doesn't need to be on. So here we go. All right. Back to Photoshop, or at least I'm showing you Photoshop again. Let me actually go back to InDesign instead. So I began to introduce some text information here, right? Before I go to explain why the error, why not the error, let's first select this text. And by the way, I noticed no one posted this. I didn't either. If you want to go ahead and do screenshots here, stuff like that to later post, that's fine. But let's actually start with a new file. So let's do Command or Control N or go File, New. We're in InDesign. Okay. Going to go to Print. And the default blank document preset for print is letter size. So sure, let's go with letter size. Now, on the far right side, the units are coming out in picas. Let's switch that to inches. And let's go ahead and just for the fun of it, let's make it be portrait orientation. So it's going to be 11 by 5. And then let's say that we want 4 pages. So we're going to go over here to pages and we're going to type, let's actually say 6 pages. 6 pages. The default setting is facing pages. So we're going to go, yep, facing pages. We don't want any columns, any other stuff. We're fine. The default setting for margins for 8.5 by 11 is 1/2 inch. That's good. The bleed is 0. That's good. We're not going to be working with imagery right now, so we're fine leaving it with no bleed. It's going to be kind of like the one that Marianne just showed. It's going to have white all around it, so no need to set up a bleed. All right, so if your settings are all good, let's say create. Once you've created it, and if you need me to repeat what the settings are, let me know. It's basically 8.5 11, 6 pages, portrait. Then give me a yes. All right, so Tia is all set up. Everyone else, if you're hesitating, if some of the instructions weren't clear, we're saying Command or Control N for new. We're going to print. We're switching to inches and we're portrait orientation. And over here, we're doing 6 pages. Okay. And everything else is exactly the same. Once you have 6 pages there, you just hit create. Once you have it created, give me a yes. Okay, Kristen has it. Good, Marianne. Tia has it. Rachika, did you come back? Oh, yep, there's a yes. I hadn't seen you since break. Okay, great. That's it. Cool. So we just set up the 6 pages. Are we seeing those 6 pages? I am not seeing those 6 pages, right? So where in the world did those 6 pages go? Let's go ahead and hold on. I have there's a couple other things here that matter to me a lot, and one of them is pages. Now, can I say, were you guys all, just to be clear, is everyone in the essentials workspace up here? Do you see the word essentials? Just to make sure we're all standing in the same place. I think we did this the first day, but yeah, if someone's not in the essentials workspace, let me know. Should be there. All right. So remember that we had to open up the links workspace tablet ourselves because it wasn't there. Well, here's properties and here's pages. So if you see pages, you're good. If you don't see pages, let me know. But you need to go up to Windows and basically open up pages. And when you do that, it'll pop up your pages in case you have it in some other part of your screen. And now what I want you to do is to grab that pages tab from the word pages. Put your mouse, your finger right on the tip of the word pages, not around it, but here. And watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring it over here because I want to pop up my pages all the time. I want to see properties and pages at the same time. So I'm going to wait until I see a little blue box appear over here, which will happen once my mouse touches that area. See over there how it gave me a little blue thing right there? When I let go, I have popped my pages in this area. And now on this side, I'm going to be looking at properties. If you were in libraries, go to properties, and here I'll open and close my pages. Just like before I open and close my links panel, now this is going to open and close my pages, my links, my layers, which I haven't talked to you about yet. Okay, so we're just popping them in and out when we want them. Once you accomplish that, say that you didn't get in the right place and you ended up with this kind of hanging out somewhere else, you can still grab it again and put it in there again. So maybe you left it when this blue line got big and it made its own panel. It's okay, grab it and drag it over there again until you finally have it just popped in as a little icon in this little sidebar. Once you got it there, give me a yes. All right, just moving some of my windows down because my tools are in the way. And it's bugging me. Okay. That's better. Okay, I had a bunch of stuff in the way and it was just, I have Zoom was encroaching upon my stuff. Okay. Marianne, yes, how can I help?
I don't have the little side portion that you have with the pages, links, and
Okay, so let's go ahead and let me just do it with you. Share your screen. Because I need to see what your current settings are before I can correct your other settings. Okay, so let me get the mouse. All right, so let's head over to the here's my color. Okay, let's head over to this button there, the workspaces. Yeah, click on that. You're in Photoshop. Oh, it's just that you have Photoshop in front of. Yeah. I want you to grab this one, which is Photoshop, maximize it. Click on maximize. Okay, now come down here to InDesign. And we need to maximize it as well.
no, now it's doing.
Yeah, so you know what? Let's do the other way around. Let's minimize Photoshop. Gets it, no, that one, so it gets it out of the way. And what's happening to InDesign, it's like it's not, yeah. There. Okay, good. It was kind of not redrawing itself. Okay, so now go over here where it says Essentials. Click on this little arrow and say Reset Essentials. Did you say reset essentials? I wasn't looking, I'm sorry, I was looking at my, yeah. Okay, good. Now, what you can do is you can go up here to window. Yeah, and open the links. And now that little column began to be filled, and that's how we got it last time. Now go up here and grab pages and dunk it. It got, yeah, so you brought both over. So don't close it. Oh, well, now you lost them. So now you need to go over here and bring them from there. Go over there to window and bring pages. And now grab it from the Word pages. And you're gonna have to, you know what, move it out for a little bit because you gotta get rid of the libraries now. The libraries you can pop back in here. Yeah, and now pages pop in there. And I got so much pink, you don't even know what's happening. Hold on, there. Now that's the big line. There, let go, perfect, there it is. Okay, so now you can open that or open that. Now, one thing I noticed that isn't here that hopefully everyone should have is the history panel that I have in mine. I don't know if you have in yours, but never mind. If you don't yet, let's go to window. Everyone, you might not have the history panel. I'm noticing if she doesn't have it, you might not either. Bring up your history panel and then just pop it in there as well. You might want to pop it at the top. History tends to be usually at the very top. Yep, there we go. So now you have your history, your layers, your links, and your pages. And that's awesome. And you're set to go. That's a really good way to make this work. Okay, good. Stop your share. And now everyone else, did you get your panels taken care of? All right. Let me hear your answers, but I think that was a yes on most of you guys. All right. So I have some other stuff open, I guess, when I did my text and stuff, but for the most part, anything else that is going to pop in is popping in there. So my oh, I have a different here. There's my essential. Sorry. Okay. So here's my pages. Now, we just asked for 6 pages. But one thing you might remember is that it was checked on was the feature that said facing pages. So what does facing pages mean? It means that if this is going to show itself to you as if it were a booklet. And thus, you've got first, let's say, cover, page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, and back cover. So let me give you an example of what that's all about. And again, this is where I'm so, I had all my samples with me that I brought over in a box, and suddenly samples, someone moved that box over, but I'm looking for any brochure, which we tend to have so many, or a magazine or anything. Don't I have anything here? Which I can't believe. I don't want to have to run over to my living room. Okay, this is not even, okay, which is weird, but I'm gonna show you this because it's what I have handy. It's a microwave manual. I'm going to stop my share so you guys can see me better. And here's a manual, right? It's got a front page. When you open it, I need to turn off the blur feature for a second, which I only have on. I've never had blur features on. It's just that since my background is such a disaster ever since I moved here yet, I need to first fix it. So anyway, let me do it from my okay. So if you guys have any little booklet, a magazine, a brochure, anything nearby, you can follow it around. But here we go. A brochure, maybe a bit further back there. It opens up and you have cover, inside cover, but page 1, page 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then that's the inside of the back cover, and then back cover. Does that make sense? That what we're seeing there is the same thing. It happened to be that it was sideways, but this is the one little loner that's hanging there. And this is the back that's at the bottom. And then inside you have a spread and another spread. So those are the facing pages. That makes sense, you guys?
Yes.
Right. So that's what's happening here. This is that front, this is that back, and these are the two internal sets of facing pages. Okay? So remember, this is the program that you would do anything beyond one page. You can do in Illustrator, Photoshop, but when you want to make multiple pages, you have to come into InDesign because it's the one that handles all of the multiple page documents. So when what I want us to do to distinguish that we're looking at the first one, other than the fact that it's highlighted, if I were to now tell you, well, let's go look at page 6, and we double click over here on page 6, you wouldn't know that we've shifted page because there's nothing on these pages. The only thing that would let you know that we're on page 6 is A, because over here it's highlighted, and B, because if you go down here to the bottom of this page, it tells me now that we're on page 6. See that? I could use this also to click on this arrow and say, well, take me back to page 1. Now I'm on page 1 and see the one that's highlighted. How about if I want to go to page 2 though? If I double click page 2, it's like, okay, I double click page 2, but I'm only seeing one page. If I want to see page 3 and page 2, how am I going to do all this? Well, the only way to really see this layout is to do and zoom out. So command minus, 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 we're zooming out, or command plus, 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 we're zooming in. So command minus, minus, minus. Basically, this is the layout that I was watching over here. That's my page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Does that make sense, you guys? Is it working for you? So command for PC, for Macs and for PCs, it's control minus, control plus. And now I can double click on any one of these. And since I'm seeing them all at the same time, it's all the same. But over here, I know that I'm on what page I'm on when I'm zoomed in. So I'm going to zoom in again. And right now I'm on the edge of one of them. And I can go over here and say, I want to see page 3. I want to see page 6. I want to see page 1. So in order to make this make more sense to us, how about we put something in each page, and that'll give us a little bit of practice in placing things, okay? So let's go ahead and let's place, remember file, place, or controller command D. We're gonna place, whoops, this was out of, in my, okay, command or control. Command or control D. We're going to go over here and place, and we are, I need to find, put it here. Here's my digital design techniques files. Here it is. So those of you who were still in the file formats where we had a lot of different files that we could bring in, we're going to go ahead and bring in the one that's just the formats farm square TIF. Formats farm square. If you don't see the extension the way you're seeing it in Windows, sometimes it doesn't show it to you. And make sure that somewhere the TIFF image. And I'm going to say open. And I'm going to just click and drag and put it right in the middle, a little tiny guy. So I'm going to do that again. We're going to say file place. I do that outside of the realm of where you guys can see it, but if you need it, it's up at the top. Then I navigated to the folder file formats, and there's my formats farm square.tiff. open. And then if I just single click, it'll give me a certain size. I'm gonna Command or Control Z, and I want to make it really tiny, so I'm gonna click and drag. And I'm gonna do Command Z, and I'm gonna make it over there in between, Command Z. And then if I want to make it really big, I'm limited. It's gonna, and I'm gonna show you what happens, but you know, so basically you can make it be as big as you want, and I'm gonna show you what the limitations and what's good and bad about that. But basically each time I'm doing Command Z, and it kind of comes and hangs out at the tip of my mouse, and it's like, where do you want me to go, right? So let's just make a little box in the middle of this page. It doesn't matter what exact size.
Anna, can you do that one more time?
Yeah, so File, Place, Control or Command D, or File, Place. Go find the files. Do you see where your files?
Yeah.
Formats, farmsquare.tiff,
Uh-huh.
open, and then it just hangs around on your mouse.
Yeah.
And if you just simply click, it comes out at the size that that image is, which
Right.
when I had you guys read the resolution handout, maybe you'll understand a bit more. But if I don't like it there, or that wasn't what I wanted, you can undo that, Control or Command Z, and then it hangs out again going, okay, where do you want me to go now? So maybe now put it over there. And then
Is Control Z from the anything from the drop down? What's it called?
the undo, edit undo.
Okay. Edit undo. Great.
Mhm. Notice that when you go to the edit undo, it'll say next to it, it'll show you the Control Z shortcut, and that we do
Yeah.
undo things so
Yep.
much. Definitely, that should be one of those, like, of the few that I constantly say you got to learn. Command C for copy, Command V for paste, Command Z for undo, Controller Command S for save. Those four should be like second nature, right? And so I'm going to keep saying Command or Control Z a lot until it finally becomes
Mhm.
you know, like you go to sleep and you think about me in your brain, you go Command Z or Control Z.
Oh, it's a little scary.
Okay, so now we put it somewhere in the middle. Now I'm gonna go ahead and I can also scooch down holding down the space bar and scooch my way down to page 2 if you kind of are aware of where you are. Otherwise, you can go over here and head over to page 2, right? And then you know you're in page 2. If you have your pages open, you can go down here and see whether you're on page 2. Now let's do Control or Command D, and everyone watch. I don't want to have do Command Control D each time. Oh, yeah, I'm a bit, you know, kind of place, file place, file place, file place. How about I grab a few at a time? So watch. I'm going to grab the Formats Photographer JPEG. I'm going to hold down my Shift key, and I'm also going to get the PNG, the PSD, and the final JPEG. I grabbed 4 of them. Can you guys do that? To grab more than one, you have to hold on to the Shift key. So you can actually grab the first one and the bottom one, and the rest will come at the same time. But just showing you that once you hold the Shift key, you can make more choices. Does everyone have 4 at a time? Let me
So I have a couple files in between the Formats Photographer and the Hue Saturation. Can I skip over those two?
let's skip over. You have to hold the Control if you're on a PC, and you have
Got
to
it.
hold the Command
Mhm.
if you're on a Mac. So
Get it.
then you can go that one and that one and that one, and,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yep.
It's just, I don't want to bring everything in that's in here. I want to make sure that we grab those 4. But if your 4 are not together, then yeah, jump around until you find these 4. Formats, JPEG, PNG, PSD, and hue saturation JPEG. Now, I'm going to open. And I had to do something else in between, so I need to do that again because I had the Zoom in the way. Hold on. Okay. So don't do anything, just watch me. Now, can you see how in the middle of the camera lens of the image, I have a number 4 between parentheses? Do you see that?
Yes.
I'm gonna just click and drag and drop one. And now I have 3. I'm gonna drag myself over to page 3 and I'm gonna drag that one. And I'm gonna go to page 4. Maybe I can go to page 4 this way, double click page 4. Right, so you can make sure you're in page 4. Drag and drop that one. And then drag and drop that one. So I basically dropped 4 at a time. If I zoom out, that's is what I did. And I'm gonna do it again, don't worry. But you're welcome to zoom out like I did, and then just click and drag on one, click and drag on another, click and drag on another, click and drag on another, and I've used up my 4 that I loaded up. Pretty cool. So we don't have
Yeah,
to drag and drop. So we don't have, now these look like the same image, but they're the same guy, but in different formats, but it's different images. Okay. If this worked for you, if you're able to load up 4 images at a time, we already had dropped 1. So now we should have 5 images. If this worked for you, give me a yes. If something's not working or if there's any questions, please let me know.
how did you zoom in and out? Oh, the space bar.
No, command minus, command,
Oh,
or in your case, control minus.
yeah,
plus,
that's right.
Control plus. And so, yeah, to just drop them willy-nilly like we're doing, we don't really need to see exactly where they go. Zooming out is really comfy. That way we know for sure that we are putting 1 per page. So I'm seeing a couple of yeses. How are you doing, Marianne?
I'm
Uh,
having a bit of difficulty getting the files
Load it. Go
yeah,
ahead and share your screen.
okay. Oh,
So that tool has a name, the fact that you kind of load 4 at a time. It has some kind of a carousel or sidecar name or something. I don't know. But anyway. All right. So there you go. You've selected, you're opening. Oh, it's just that you're not placing. You are opening.
oh,
And we
oh
don't
my
want to
God. Oh,
open.
yes.
That's why you can't open 5 at a time. You have to go to File, Place. There we go. Now you'll be able to select a bunch of different ones. And you have it set up that you're not seeing
Um,
you're not seeing the can you okay. I was
My-
just trying to fix something and
I feel like my computer is glitching, like it's
yeah,
having.
it is glitching. Yeah, you're having some weird stuff going on. Listen, why don't you, instead of trying to bring all at the same time, just bring one in at a time. Maybe that'll make it easier because if your computer's glitching. Now let's do this. Let's redraw it. Go ahead and go first. Go ahead and minimize it and pop it open again to see if we can get it to redraw correctly. And then now open InDesign again. Oh, it's still,
Really? It looks, no, it's the same.
yeah. So let's do this. Save it. Go ahead and save. Close it and open it again. Files. Everyone should be saving by now anyway, since,
Did I do save
yeah,
as?
call this one 6-page booklet. Save or save as, it doesn't matter. Go ahead and put them inside your class files. That way you don't have to have stuff in or out. Yeah. And then call this one 6-page booklet or something. I'll close it. And go ahead and close this one. You don't want other open things that, especially if it's glitching.
Was I
It
supposed to
says save, so go ahead and say
copy this
save.
and put it in the Padlet though?
But you can open it later again, but just save
Oh.
so that you don't have stuff, because at this point you're pushing the system, and so just close everything. Yeah,
Okay.
and then I would close InDesign as well, like quit InDesign. Over from there. Yeah. And now go ahead and open it again. And just so you know, had you gone to Bridge, I don't know why you have Bridge so tiny, but had you gone to Bridge, you could have just double clicked on the image and it would open InDesign for you. But
If we're not using it, maybe that's causing problems. I'll close it.
yeah, InDesign has a bit of a harder time in here's your file.
Oh,
Yeah, so it always, there's a recents, right? And it's showing you the last thing you worked on. So just open it from there. Okay, that looks, it might be working better. Okay, now go and say file place.
Oh, yeah.
And this is where I wanted you to stop because you might not be bringing in the same things that I asked you to bring in because you don't see the, in fact, you're not, because you're not seeing the extensions. And these are not the same ones that I had asked you to bring in. Trying to see, usually you can turn something on here to see extensions. Trying to- all files, no, that's a bit different. I don't remember how to have it see your extensions, but if you make this window bigger,
Oh,
then it'll
here.
tell you over there. Yeah, that's not the extension, but that helps. But
Oh.
you can't see now the file, right? So go
No.
ahead and grab this from down here where I'm pointing you and drag it like sideways. Yeah, just so you can see it a bit better. Okay. All right. So the ones that I wanted were this one, which was the TIFF. Hold down your control key, and then
Farm
the,
Square is already there.
what?
The Farm Square I already plugged in.
Okay, so then it was the formats photographer JPEG, the other formats are PNG, the formats photographer PSD, and the hue saturation flowers JPEG.
Oh, no.
Oh, well,
Okay.
no, you can't do shift. You have to do control because you're gonna jump over one of them, okay? Control and that one, yeah. Okay, now say open. Let me clear my drawings.
Oh, no.
Okay, so yeah, click on, close that. So did you say open right there or what did you do?
Oh, that's weird. Okay.
They're
Thank
coming,
you.
okay.
Sorry.
So now, hold on, you need to, we don't know what page you're in, right? So, I mean, you might, but yeah, you were in that one. I can see it, it appeared over there. So now double click on page 2. Yeah, and now drop one there and then double click on page 3 and drop one in page 3. Right, no, sorry, if you already dropped one in page 3, sorry, 4 and 5. And double click and 5. Cool. All right, everyone else, did I check in on you? Did everyone put all of their images in? Share my screen now. All right. I think you guys, that answer was regarding whether you dropped it in, so everyone else should be fine. Okay. Okay, so I think it's called a carousel. Suddenly it's coming up. I think that process of dropping many things at a time is called carousel. All right. So now even though since these images are so similar, it's not that it helps us tell, but it's a bit easier if you just double click to go, let's go Command or Control 0, right? So we zoom in on one page, and over here it tells me which page I'm zoomed in on. Now I zoom into this one, and now I zoom into that one, and I can clearly see that I am shifting pages, right? Versus the back one, the bottom one that has no pages, nothing in them. All right. Let's go ahead and explore a little bit more what's happening here. First of all, the way we laid this out, and I'm gonna click on this to eliminate the pages for a second, is that we had asked for 6 pages. It came out in facing page format. If you turn the facing page format off, then you basically have 6 individual pages, which, you know, not many things ever get printed this way, but say you have to make 6 postcards for your business, you might as make 1 per page. You could do it that way and you print them separately. But facing pages gives us that format. Does that make sense, you guys? That is little facing pages that's right there. That's the one that gives us the spreads. This would be a spread, and this one is the one that doesn't give us a spread. Okay. Now, we had asked for a margin, a 1/2 inch margin, right? And so that's the line, that's the 1/2 inch margin, 1/2 inch margin. And what was the margin? What was the whole point of a margin? What was the limitation of a margin? What was it there for? Speak up. Come on, guys. I want to see if you're still awake. It's the end of the day. What's a margin for? What does it say?
Block out the safe area.
It's the safe area for your text and for any important part of your image. Okay? That, like I said, the eyeball or something like that. Or if the whole point of what you're showing is the tower, then you better have most of the tower in there, right? Okay, so that's the margin, is no more text outside of that area. But yes, you can have color outside of that area. All right. So let's say that you have a book. Imagine this little book opening up. Really, the amount of space that's blank is double, right? Because you have the 5 inches, 1/2 an inch there and 1/2 an inch there. So you'll end up with a middle space of 1 inch. Now, if what you're doing is a 4-page booklet, it'll probably open up flat. But if you're doing a coffee table book, right? And you know how when you open them up, they kind of have this little hump in the middle and the pages. So if you have text here and you have text here, and all of this, most of this is going into that hump, you might end up losing some of that text. Got it? In which case you might need to have an internal margin that's bigger. I mean, who knows? I'm just saying that there's reasons why you might have a bigger white miter margin to the left or bigger to the right or to the top or to the bottom. That would depend on what product you're creating. But right now we're fine with it being the way it is. Hold down the space bar, scooch up to see what's underneath, scooch up to see to the bottom. So we have no bleed. Well, what if we want to put a bleed in there? Can we? Yeah, so let's go up to, where's the bleed? Hold on. I have to go all the way up, move here. So we go to edit or file, sorry. Document setup. File document setup. And we open, this is that original setup that we had. We've already set it up and we forgot to put in a bleed. Didn't forget, I told you not to, but I wanted to show you that you can go back. You can change your margins. You can open up bleed and slug, and let's now give ourselves a bit of bleed. So I'm going to click in here and I'm going to type in 0.125, which is 1/8 of an inch. Since this is linked, okay, once I hit the tab to get out of there, I get 0.125 all the way around. All right. And I'm going to say okay to that. And here we go. Now I got my bleed on the document as well. If you got your bleed on, you're able to modify and get your bleed on, then give me a yes. Any explanation again of how to do that? Now, if nothing is selected, like if something is selected here, then my properties panel changes to show me features of what we can do with that thing that's selected. But if I don't, like if I click over here and deselect that, then the properties panel shows me information about my document. And over here, I had already the 11.5 by 8, 6 facing pages, margins. If I click on adjust layout, then it would have had the bleed over there. Okay. So the properties panel, if you don't see something, it's either going to have it in this extra adjust layout, or sometimes it has 3 little dots that mean more. Okay. So had I clicked here on adjust layout, then we would have had the bleed over there. Now, how about we change the size of these pages instead of 8.5, 11 by 8.5? How about we make them 5 by 5? I go 5 by 5. So I kind of placed mine somewhere in the middle, but some of you placed them in the corners. And between 8.5 by 11 and 5 by 5, it's quite a bit adjustment, isn't there? So this feature is called adjust layout. So it actually is going to do its best to not leave your stuff hanging. It's going to do its best to put those in the new 5x5, it's going to do its best to put your content in the new size. If you had very big font and suddenly you go from a, you know, a 11x16 piece and now you're going to a postcard size, you can also tell it to adjust your font size to a different size, but we don't have font right now. So we're going to be okay with that. So now let's say okay. And it did its best, but I don't like that it took my photos that were square and cut into them. Let me do Command Z to undo. And see how this was square? And it figured not only did it squish my pages, but it also squished my images. You see that? It squished my images, which I'm not very happy about that. I'm going to adjust layout again, and I'm going to do 5x5 again. And if I don't want my images to be affected, I would have to lock them and turn off the adjust lock content. I'm going to show you right now where to do that. But I'm just saying that it's not giving me the same, especially the first one. It's very square. So if you look at that one and then you say, okay, can you see how it's not square anymore? I mean, it did it to all of them, but the one where it's the most blatant is here in the square one. Okay. Now, all it did is it cut stuff out. It's not like it squished the image. Let me once again say Command Z and show you. Here I had like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a steeple and another building, right? So when I asked it to adjust to 5x5, and one more time, it just cut out this final building and it cut out a piece of that one, but it didn't squish it in. So it's not like you're gonna suddenly have a distorted image. Here we're losing his elbows. I'm gonna do that undo one more time, whereas normally I would see it. So that's all it did. It kind of ate into the photo, which sometimes is not a big deal and sometimes it is a big deal. But that's just wanting to show you that adjust layout isn't, you know, sometimes the best. If I really want my photo to be untouched, then I need to lock the content, but pretty good. It was able to modify. We don't have much content here, so we didn't see really, but if we had had text and stuff, things would have gone a bit wonky, but then you fix it. But, you know, many times you have to do the same product in 3 different formats. You know, you're going to have a postcard, you're going to have a poster, and you're going to have you know, a little banner, social media banner. So you might want to just use that adjust layout to give you some information about that. All right, before we continue, I hadn't saved mine because someone was sharing their savings, so I'm going to save mine for a second. 6-page booklet. Okay. And there we go. All right. So we're gonna check on these links by going to the links panel. And now I'm gonna, since now I have many, not just one, I'm gonna pull this down here and I discover that I have all my different images and each one of them, I'm being told what page they're on. I'm on page 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The last time, the only page we had was 1 page, so it just said 1, but that is the page number. So now that I have links, if I say, well, I want to go see that one, I can just double click here on the number 5, and it took me to the last one. I can click, not even double click, simply click on page 2, and it took me to that one, 4, and it took me to that one, 1, and it took me to that one. Okay? Give me an okay if everything you're trying out is working. I'll head back to page 5. 1, 3, 2. So I can you know, navigate the booklet by pages. Again, really wonderful when you've got, you know, 64 or 200 pages and you're trying to figure out where's that photo. This one just takes you straight to that page. Okay.
Deanna,
Yes.
I can see all 5 of my pages or 6 of my pages, but when I click on the links, it shows me number 2, but doesn't have a number on it. Maybe, oh, I get it, because I have 2 identical photos.
Yeah, we have
That's
3
it.
that are the same, 1,
Yeah.
2, and 3. One of them has a background and the other 2 don't. This one has a background and the other 2 don't. okay?
Mhm.
Pretty much, yeah, you've got the same photo in JPEG, PNG, and PSD formats, but it's the same photo, okay? So yeah, if, just notice the subtle changes, but yeah, trust me, it's a different one. I just didn't have in that folder, I didn't want to make us to go to the other folder, just wanted to keep using the same folder we had, so we brought the same photo. Okay. Now command minus, 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 so that we can see the whole setup here again. I mean, we rarely design in this mode. This is when we're trying to figure out going up and down, but yeah. All right. So, let's go ahead and, I didn't look up, but I'm seeing lots of greens, so I guess you're all good. No questions. Okay. So now that's navigating. Now, time is it? Give me a second. I want to see, because there's two things I want to do. I want to look at how much time to the next break. We have a little bit of time to the next break. Okay. So, in this format, or in this format, in this booklet format, I mean, the anything that I want to put in each one of these individually, as you saw, I can put any photo, I can put one here, I can put one there. I can, in this distance, I can actually move things around if I want. It's not normally the distance you might want to work on something, but you can, things are still editable and movable. But what if I have some feature that's going to run across all 6 pages? For example, you might want a dark box at the top of all the pages, or a yellow bottom box at the bottom that's going to hold like page numbers or product name or something like that. You know what I'm trying to say? So say that if I go to page here, I'm going to go to page 2, right? And I went there by using the thing. So let me click on the link. So say it's page 2. Say that what I want is a banner at the bottom of this that's yellow, that's going to hold, say, the page numbers. Let's try to do that. I'm going to go ahead and, oh, for some reason, this is telling me that my break is coming out. That must be wrong. Look at the calendar. Not so wrong. Let's do what I'm talking about, and then we'll do the break. Let's go ahead and make a box. And so when you look over here at the bottom left, not the bottom left, at the middle of all the tools, there's 2 possible box looking things. There's this one and there's this one. This one's a frame, this one's a rectangle. This one holds pictures, images, illustration. This one is a rectangle, okay? So they're 2 different creatures. That said, if you made a mistake and you put one instead of the other, they kind of adapt and they take over each other's place. So it's not a horrible mistake to make, but they do have different tools and features available to them. So let's go to the second one. We're going to make a box. We're going to create a banner in the bottom of this page. Now, it's going to be yellow or red or green. It doesn't matter. It's going to have color. So does it need to fit inside of the bleed or outside of the bleed? What has to happen to that? I'm gonna see if during my break I can find my wherever I put the box with my samples, because usually I can show like this and then people go, oh, I know what they're talking about.
So if you want it to go off the page, then it would be a bleed.
Yeah, if I want to go off the page, I need to use the bleed, right? So let me just show you with the W turned on. That's the end of my document, right? So if I were to want a banner, let me just show you, and I've turned the W off. If I were to want a banner to go along the bottom of this document right there, right? That would make sense that I made a box there. Then I'm going to fill it with yellow or red, whatever. Let's fill it with red. Yeah. So just watch me for a minute. But since you've had all the original information, you know that in reality, that's wrong. When I do the W and I see that, I know that that's not going to work, that in reality, it's supposed to be going all the way over to the bleed. Does that make sense? If I print this and they cut a little bit over there, then I'm going to end up with a little white bit there or a little white bit there. So I have to fill the bleed with any color banner that I want. Now, since this is 2 pages on top of that, I have to grab that banner and make it go all the way to the other bleed as well. Now, I'm going to do this with you again. First, I was just showing you the concept, okay? Now, I'm going to go ahead and instead of doing it on the second page, why don't we go to the first page? It's a little bit cleaner. So we can go to end to end. Let's grab that rectangle. Let's put our mouse at maybe at the very bottom corner, at the middle of the crosshairs. Click on the crosshairs in the middle of where the bleed has to start. Then we're going to go up and we're going to use the entire margin area. And we're going to put a red box going from bleed end to bleed end. And it's just a box. When it first comes in, there's nothing to it. Then I have to go to the properties panel, fill, and choose a color. Let's go. There's very few colors in InDesign, just the basic 5 when you first start. And there you go. I've made a banner. Now I'm trying to get it to fit the right spot. So if I stay with my make rectangle box and try to go over here to fix it, I end up making another box. So you need to switch to the pop selection tool and grab it by the handles if you want to make it any bigger or smaller, or if it didn't really hit all the way to the end, you didn't get it in the right spot, go to the selection tool, grab these handles, push them and pull them until you get it to fit the right spot. And I want it to hit just right on that margin line, and I want it to fill the bleeds. And now if I hit the W, that's what's going to be at the bottom of my design. Okay? If you have completed that red kind of box, banner, bottom, bleed red thing, and it works, then give me a yes. Any issues with it? Kristen?
Yeah, I'm having a problem. I can't see those choices. I think it was under adjustments. How do you get to that? Over on the right-hand side? Mm-hmm.
So it's in the properties panel, but you won't see it until you make a rectangle. So once you make a
I
rectangle,
have a rectangle.
then under the properties panel, it'll show you the appearance right there. Fill and stroke.
Wait,
And if it's not working, then I need to see your screen because there's probably something else going on. Go ahead and share your screen. Okay. So where's your, okay, there's your box. Oh, you're still in the make box tool. So in the make box tool, you're just making boxes. So once you're done making box, you need to shift to the selection tool, and then you can do stuff to that box.
oh, I didn't hear you say that.
Select it, but since you can't really select it when you can't, it has no appearance, you need to go and touch it from the real edge to select it.
From the edge?
Yeah, that has no color, no fill, so it's just a transparent box. So you need to go and grab it from where you can see it, which is about there. Click, there you go. Now you have selected it. Now there's your fill and your stroke. Okay.
Okay, so I needed to change my tools from this to that. Okay,
That one is just to make the rectangle. Once the rectangle,
right.
boom,
Yeah, I
then
thought
you
if I clicked on it, then I would be able to see these
No,
choices
because
for it.
tool, you can't click on it, you can only create it. It's just limited to creation. Everything else, you need to select it to work with it, right? So now,
Okay, so I feel like it's selected right now.
now go to the fill,
Oh,
choose red. And it, all of us by default, it seems like we had a stroke on the box. A stroke is a border. It's so tiny that we can barely tell, but it's there, and I don't want a stroke. So go click on the color of the stroke, which is, hold on, I need to clean up all my mess there. No, not the word stroke. Leave that, but the color of the stroke, yeah, there. Yeah, click on there. Yep. And say none, no stroke, thank you. Okay, everyone, let's take the stroke off. All right. And yeah, you need to be on the on the tool that makes off the tool that makes the shapes. So and this is across all of Adobe and across all of anything that's graphic with on all these things. And it's that there's the tool that makes the things. And then after that, you have to select it. So the word select is, oh, that's not InDesign. The word select is pretty crucial in that with my selection tool, which is the black arrow tool. If I click away, nothing is selected. If I click on it, it's selected. And if it's not selected, there's nothing I can do. So I go to the properties panel. There's no way to change color because there's nothing for it to know what it should work on. So you need to select it. Oh, that's what you want to work on? Okay, here's what you can do with that. And it shows me what I can do with that. This box over here, I click on that. It shows me I can do with that. Click on the background. Nope, this is what you can do with that. So this is a contextual panel that will not be helping without you telling it what it needs to do to work. All right. But yeah, if you have the make rectangle tool on you to make a rectangle, the only thing you can do with that tool is make another rectangle, right? When you're done, you have to just switch, right? And then I can select all those rectangles and delete them. So yeah, some of these tools are very limited to doing just what they do and nothing else. This would be like the hand, like you do everything else with this one. All right. So now if I were to hit the W, then that's going to be a safe bottom box. It's break time, but let me show you what I wanted to show you with this, and then we'll take our break, open up the W again. And now I made that there, but it's supposed to be on every one of the 6 pages. And I could copy and paste it and paste it and paste it and paste it and put it on all 6 pages. But here's the problem. If I were to do that, and let me just quickly show you, I'm going to just place it kind of anywhere, right? And so I'm going to paste it there, paste it there. I could do that. I could paste that. I can paste another one, technically. But what if later when I'm done, I show the mock to my client and he goes, ew, I hate that red. Please make it blue. Imagine you have 50 pages. So you're like, okay, I'll make it blue. And then you have to go, okay, blue. And you need to do that 50 times. Pretty inefficient. Does that make sense? So when you have an element that's going to be repeated everywhere, all the way across, then there's one more page that we haven't explored yet, which are this up there, those pages right there. Let's go ahead and select this box that we made. Let's cut it. Are you aware of the cut command where you take it out, but it stays in your memory? Maybe I don't want to get too advanced. Just, it's kind of like a copy, but at the same time it deletes it. But you know how when you copy something and then you paste it, it comes back? Okay. If you, instead of you cut it, which would be edit, cut, or command or control X, then I can paste that somewhere again. Okay. So command or control X. So it disappeared. That red X is gone. That red box is gone, but my clipboard has it. Now, let's go to the parent pages. I'm going to go, and there's a parent page over here and a facing page over here. Let's go to the, let me just pull this down a little bit. Let's go to a parent page. Double click. And let's paste. Let's put this where I'm going to have to zoom in to see. Let's put it where it belongs. But since it's a facing page, I can stretch it out to the other place. And I don't have to have 2 boxes for that. All right. I put it in the parent page. I'm going to save. Can anyone at a glance tell me what's happened when I put that in the parent page?
You've edited the master, so it's copied to all of the pages that are kind of like take that formatting.
So guys, this word that Tia said is so interesting because for 20 or 35 years, 55, whatever, we've called it the master page. And a year ago or 2 years ago, somebody, I guess there was a complaint about the relationship of master, servant, whatever. So now they're calling it parent. But it's not necessarily just a DEI initiative. Consider that in the world of computers, whenever there's something that's supersedes another or goes inside of another, the concept of parent, page, child, you know, all of that is something that we use in programming, we use in everything. So more consistent with that. Master pages is what they used to be called. Some apps might still call it master pages. Now it's called a parent page, but it's the same idea. You put it in the parent page, and now if I go look at my 6 pages, see there? It's everywhere. Now, we're gonna explain what's happening there and what's happening there when we come back from the break. But I also want to say that if I try to select it, to fix it, to move it, so then try to grab it, it's ungrabbable. I can't select it anymore. Yeah? Because the whole point of this master/parent page is that if you put it in there, it's going to be now available to all the other pages, but you want it to be in exactly the same place everywhere. You don't want it to shift a little bit to the right, a little bit to the left in each page. So by putting it in the parent page is now the only place you can handle it from is from the parent page. So now I can say, well, let me see. I think I'd like it better on the top. I'm gonna grab it and put it on the top. And then if I look at the rest of the pages, it's moved to the top. You see that? Page 6, it's on the top. Page 8, it's on the top. And I moved it in the parent pages. Now I'm going to move it back to the bottom, hit it in the right spot in the bottom, and it's moved in the bottom. Does that make sense? So I can change its color from the parent page. And so the client comes and says, I want it blue. Okay, you change it in the parent page and boom, page 1, page 2, page 3, it's turned blue all across. So it's a pretty powerful feature. Remember, you can only change it from the parent page. Actually, I'm going to show you what's up with this extra ones now instead of after break. I'm going to do that and then we're going to go on break. Any questions about this portion though? Did it work for everyone? Did you all put in a bar? I'm going to go back and make it red again. So I'm going to go to the parent page and I'm going to make it red. So now I've got red everywhere. If that's good, give me a yes. So this is a great place to put logos, mastheads, you know, when you look at the bottom of a magazine and it says Newsweek, page 3, Newsweek, page 4. So it's like, well, how would you put a page number here? Then it's going to say 111 everywhere. No, there's a little special code feature you can put in there that you put the page in there. And then in each page, it'll have its number. I'll show you that later. But Kristen, can I give you
Yes. Yeah, I didn't quite select the parent page well enough, so I went back and recreated my maroon bar, and but I just did it.
Just did it. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So explain to you what's happening with this thing. So our parent page is facing pages, right? So in our parent page, we made this long bar all the way across. And thus, when I go to page 1, it's got this thing. This isn't right, but it's not wrong. Like nothing that's here will print anyway, but it's kind of dirty. So what you want to do is have that same feature, but you need to make sure you place it correctly. Let's go up here to the very top. And well, actually, why don't make a new, trying to decide if we're going to make a new parent page or, if I put it, yeah, let's make a new parent page. So let's head down here at the bottom of the pages, and it's kind of way back down there, so I'm gonna move it in. But at the bottom of the pages, I can go ahead and make a new page. If I'm in the parent page section, I could right click and make a new parent, for example, or I can click on this little plus sign and it'll create a new parent. As long as I was selecting the parent area, it'll come up with B parent. If I was in here on page 6 and I make a new page, it'll just give me a page 7, right? But as long as I was up here in the parent page, I do the little plus sign and it creates a new parent page, okay? Now, if I don't want one of these pages, because I only want a single page to be my example, I can now put, oops. I can now put this on one side, right there. And then this would be B parent. So see how over here, it's kind of hard to see, but I can't make this any bigger. But see how this is A, see the letter A? That's responding to parent page A. But now on the first one, I'm going to want it to respond to parent page B. So I'm going to drag it from there and drop. And so this now page 1 is responding to parent page B. When I double click, my parent page A only has that. Now, if I had gone to parent page B and put another box over here, instead of that one long box, right? Go to parent page A and B. And instead of the one long box that I had on parent page A, if I have B parent, where I have one box, then I can drag this to the last one. And, sorry, I need to have an extra page. I can go and select that and just grab the parent page for the last one right there. Nope, it's still giving me the A. There. What is it giving me? I think I'm gonna have to just give it, okay. I can't, on the parent page, I'm gonna have to have it just have one and drag parent page B to it. I'm gonna have to make a single faced parent page. So I took one of the parent pages off and now it's the parent page B is single. So I'm gonna show you how I did that. I was gonna, start from the beginning, undo. Okay, so I'm back to parent page A and B. Okay, so I want a parent page that doesn't have a bar that goes all the way across. This is one long bar, right? So I'm gonna have to give it an individual parent page to just have a page 1 and page 6 have something to sample upon. So I'm going to click over here and create a new page, but the default setting gives me a spreadsheet. Not a spreadsheet, a spread page. So I'm going to go to one of these and I'm going to either right click and delete, or you can select one and go to this little trash and delete, and you're left with one page. Okay, so now that one I'm going to paste, because remember, it's still in my memory from the first time when I had made the one page. Or if you have the long one, you're going to make it short. Then you're going to drag B parent page over the little icon of page 1 and over the little icon of page 6. So now when I go to page 1 and page 6, I don't have that extra long bar that was in page 2, 3, 4, and 5. Does that make sense, you guys? What I did, I created a parent page just for that. The only negative thing about that is that if I make a change now here, it's going to go on the others. I'll have to change, but for the most part, the front cover and the back cover are not going to have the same stuff as the interior pages. So that's okay. Usually if I have like page numbers, it'll be in there, and the front and the back won't have the page numbers. Does that make sense? So that seems to work. Now, what I just did, I'm going to clear your answers. let me get some feedback on the parent page if that worked for you. And if so, give me a yes. Any questions, how to make the box, where to put it? I wasn't sure. How come long? How come short? How do I get the second parent page? How do I cut the facing page out? Anything that doesn't make sense or that you're not able to do, please give me a call or give me a no. Good over there. Tia, good for Ruchika, Marianne, Moni and Kristen.
Yeah, how did you get rid of the double wide on the first page?
Okay, so on the parent page here, I'm gonna make a new one now. I went down here and clicked.
So I have my B, it's all set up and ready to go, but I still have the maroon bar all the way across my first page.
Okay, so does it say the letter A or B right here?
It says A.
Say grab the B parent page and drag it and drop it on top of page 1.
And now it says B.
And then do the same thing to the back one, and now that's B, A, B.
Somehow or another, I ended up with 7 pages. I
Probably
just go ahead and change the
down
number.
here when you said plus, and
Mhm.
so instead of giving you a new parent page, it probably just gave you a new page right there, 7, right? So just undo, or if at this point it's too late to undo and you have the 7th page, then go ahead and select it, right? The 7th page that you don't want, and then
Okay.
go to this little tiny trash, or you can delete and it'll go away. Do you want to share, or is it
Mm.
work?
Delete the page anyway. Did it. That makes a lot of sense.
All right, so if everything's good and we're kind of in the same ballpark, let's go ahead. Any questions before I go? I don't know. Oh, got it, Moni. Thank you. Oh, yes, thanks for saying that. Moni has to leave right now. She's saying, wonderful spring break. Yes, remember, as of the next 2 hours after we're done, it's spring break until it's a whole week where the school closed. I will not see you next week. I will see you the following week. Okay. So remember the beginning where I was my whole spiel of do some work, try to get something done over the 2 breaks. I just told it to everyone in Illustrator. And I say it to you guys again. I'm in the Padlet. Hold on, in the Padlet over here, I told you what the first, homework day 1 is. I'm going to say homework day 2. And it's pretty much going to be keep recreating this kind of stuff, make another booklet, make a parent page, put some elements in the parent page, so in the end, it's the homework is recreate something that we've just done. It might have any specific instruction, but yeah, please do that. All right, let's take, have a great break, you too, Moni. And
Oh, thanks. And I just wanted to say, that are we going to continue with this when we come back? Because I do have some questions about things for like doing, my 20 to 24 page booklet.
well, we will, when we come back from break.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
when we come back from the break. Okay, and I'll be gone.
From today's break, from right now, that you are not going to be back in the next 10 minutes, so to say. We'll
Yeah.
continue with this document.
Okay.
That said, I'm going to put the final document in the catch up, and
Okay.
you can just watch the last final. But I'm also wanting to bring in some text information that I know you're more comfortable with, that I began to bring in some text and that other error that I
Okay.
was thinking from the first break. So I might segue a little bit into text. I'm not going to spend all the time just on the long document. So you can keep your questions, probably, they're fine to ask them in 2 weeks when we pick up.
Okay. Okay, great. I can also share my documents. I can show you exactly what my questions are about. So
Okay.
thank
All right.
you.
You're welcome. So it's 5:57. Somebody help me here. 15 minutes. If it were 6, that would be 6:15 minus 2, 3, you're gonna be 2. So, 6, 13.
12 or 13.
So be back at 6:13 PM. PMK. All right, see you guys at 6:13 PMK.
Hey, Siri.
All right, here we go again. Yep. Chomp, chomp, chomp. I'm swallowing myself as we speak. I'm like, oh my God, I'm taking off. All right. Here we go again. I forgot, wasn't it that I had done a 20-minute break at this time of night when we had to have dinner last time? Or I think it was 10 the first one and 20 the second one. Whatever, I just went for 15 each time, but I'm thinking that at this time I probably should have a bit longer one for dinner. I think I did that last time, but anyway, since I said 6:13, I'm here. But if anyone isn't, I'll give you guys a couple more. You hear my voice, my leftover sounds of a voice croaking in the background, and you're ready to come back, then please. Let me be your piper, that as I speak, I call you back. All right. Yay, Tia's back. Anyone else back there? Marianne is back. Richika, if you're there, that's all of us.
Yes.
All right. Yay, you're back. Okay. So, any questions about what we've been doing yet? I've been forgetting to have you guys do screenshots, and please, if I don't remember, please do remember. It's so important. We've done a ton of work, and here, I'm sharing again. So let's do a couple of screenshots at the very least of the work we've done still with all these pages. Let me actually do a command minus so we can see a bit more.
Yeah, I need you to remind me how to do a screenshot.
Okay, so are you on a Mac or on a PC?
PC.
Right, so you're gonna do a, here, let me actually give you guys, have I given you here. Since I don't have PC, I
Yep.
have stuff all the time. Here it is. It's Windows, because I have it written down here. Windows key plus Shift. I just need to remind myself too, because I don't do it on Windows. Windows key, Shift S. Then you can do your little drag your.
Windows key Shift S.
And guys, I need it because if I don't see your work, I don't know if you're back there watching TV or whatever. And for better or for worse, you might not care if you pass the class or not. All you want to do is learn. But if you want the certificate and you do care, then I need to give you a pass. And I do care in the sense that if we have a lot of people who take the class but don't pass, then I begin to get into some kind of an issue with, well, why are my students not passing the class? And, efficiency and that kind of thing matters. So if you are doing the work and you are, getting the learning, please do the screen shooting and posting so that you can pass the class. All right, so I'm going to give you guys the link again in case I haven't given it in a while.
Why when I do Control Shift S? Was that what it was?
Yes. S,
Um,
and then you go to the plus sign, you put your name on it.
go to Padlet.
Go to Padlet. I just gave you the link in the chat. And then go to where it says write something fantastic and do command or do Control V for paste, right? Or right click and paste, and then that. And I think you can't do it.
Go to the chat. Yep.
Now,
Wait, how do we paste?
Control V for victory.
Is it the same for all of them? Uh-oh. Control
Same for all of them? What do you mean by that?
for all InDesign, Photoshop.
Control V, Control C for copy, and Control V for paste is the same for every computer program, application, and the entire world of computers. That is like
Pretty definitive. Okay, Windows key,
it is a
Shift S. Okay, Windows key, Shift S. It keeps giving me, when I do the Windows key, Shift F, it keeps opening up. I don't even know what it is.
It opens like a space that goes kind of gray, and you need to then grab and click and drag across the screen to select the area you want. Do you want to share your screen and I'll show you?
Yeah, I do. Oh.
There's other tools that do it if you prefer. You need to find some other tools, but anyway, give that a try. First do the Shift, Windows key,
Windows, what was it? Windows,
Shift S.
Shift S.
Zoom is now not sharing that portion of it, so I'm not seeing. Is
So-
anything on your screen?
Yeah, it gives me, I don't even know, there's like 4 photos on here. It's telling me I opened something up recently, Zoom Workplace, Google Drive, file stream.
Something's not wrong. It's not, that's Windows. Let's do this. Go to where it says type here to search
Yes.
and write the word snip right there. The snipping tool.
Oh, I love my snipping tool.
Yeah, well, that's what a snipping tool is. So down here, moving your mouse, follow the green line, yeah, the pink line, I mean. Snipping tool. Snip.
Mhm.
There it is.
I already had it open.
Right. So now just say new.
Yeah.
Okay. And now click and drag. Oh, you don't have your pages open, which I was hoping you would, but never mind. Do that at least. All right. Click and
I
drag.
can give you some of them, but I can't give you all of them.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's good enough. But can you actually now go and turn on this pages feature on. There. Now do the snipping tool again. And actually this is the screenshot that I want with your pages so that we see the parent page.
Okay.
So go to the snipping tool again, which is down there. You have it open, right? So you have it here in your
You want all of that.
you see it there? In your taskbar. I'm making an arrow down to pointing to it.
Can you see what I'm doing?
No, I'm asking you to go to your snipping tool. I don't know what you're doing. I don't see anything.
Oh, I've already done it. I'm ready to go to Padlet.
Well, you didn't do a snip of this, I know, because I would have seen you do a snip of this. I want to put this as part of it. We would have seen this snip. Right?
I mean, you told me what you wanted me to.
Okay, that's fine. Then what you have is this portion, which is just the pages, and I was hoping that you'd get also the parent pages part of it, but I think you're seeing something else.
But that is what I snipped. What you've got the pink on?
Okay, go for it. Then go to the link that I put in the chat and
I should be able to paste by, I usually do a right click.
right click and paste, but I don't think that area allows for right click and paste. So that's why you needed the shortcut, which is Control V for victory. I think the right click doesn't work on that tool in the Padlet. I'm stopping your share and I'm going to go share mine. Let's see if your thing appears on the Padlet. Okay. So I'm going to refresh my screen. Okay, I see Mary Ann's talking about V for victory. Mary Ann at the top here says V for victory. Tia, Marianne and Tia and Brichika. Thank you, you guys. And there, Kristen's is appearing. Awesome. There we go. It worked. 6 paper sure, multi-face documents. Okay. That's great. Thank you for posting that stuff. And let's go back to InDesign. All right. Now the reason I modified what I said, I had first said when you want an element to appear, it has to go across many or all pages is what I had said. I had said all pages. I just wanted to clarify that it's only for many pages, not all pages. Let me just show you that one more example and then we move on to something else. So say that I want, I'm thinking of a textbook where chapter 1 has the red bar on the bottom, and then chapter 2 has a blue bar on the bottom. Chapter C has a yellow bar on the bottom, right? So you can distinguish between chapters. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
So it could be that, say, page 2 and 3 are chapter 1, and then pages 4 and 5 are chapter 2. So then I might have to make another C parent page, right? And then I'll go over here and I'll copy this and I'll put it in C parent page and I'll color it, you know, yellow or whatever. And then I'm going to go and put that one on pages 4 and 5, right? So then you have as many parent pages, but the whole point is that ideally this is another 10 pages and that's another 10 pages. And so you can have as many C parent pages as you need. Now, if this is only going to appear once or twice, it's not worth putting a parent page, just put it on the pages, right? But this is for something that's repetitive. So if all of the pages need to have at the bottom right, the little logo. So I'm going to go ahead and say that the little logo is, make a little polygon here and fill it with, I don't know, fill it with black, right? And that's the logo, right? Then I definitely want to put that in every single one of my pages. Say that the logo always goes up there, top left, right, with the name of the company. Then you want that to be everywhere. Then you copy and you put that everywhere, but then you would have to paste it again and again and again in each one in the exact same location in each one of your parent pages. So ideally, you know, when you go down to pages 1, 2, and 3, and B, see how in that one I managed to put it in a different place. When I go to page A, C, and B, suddenly my B parent page had it in the wrong place. So the B parent page and make sure that I put it in the same place. And you can do it with exact coordinates and stuff so that it doesn't dance around and appear in different places each time. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Just make sure to be careful with that. But anyway, other than that, it's fine to have it in different. So I'm gonna go, I think I had it in over there. Yep. So that now, if I go to any page that I go, it's in the exact same place, even though I have it in 3 different parent pages. All right, now you can't, I was hoping someday that there'd be an extra kind of parent page where I can say, I want the logo everywhere. And then I can just drag and say, well, this has a parent page, but it also has the logo on top, you know, and that we could have the one that's logo like kind of layered, but we don't have that yet. We just have this situation going. So it's better. It's definitely better than having to redo everything. But yeah, I would prefer if we didn't, because then if, yes, we change, the logo goes from black to green, then I have to go to this parent page and make my logo from black to green. And then I have to go to the next parent page and make the logo from black and green, which is what we were trying to avoid. Still, how many parent pages can I have? That would be better than having to do it 50 times, right? Ultimately. So now it's green all over, and that's, you know, I just had to change it 3 times, once for each parent page. Yeah. Ideally, you wouldn't have to do that. Okay, so enough for now about parent pages, although not 100%. Let's go to the last. Well, let's go to the first page. Let's go to first page, not parent pages anymore. In fact, unless you need to work with the parent pages, you can cover them a bit, you know. you know you have them, but you're not using them all the time. Now we're working with individual materials. So if you're running out of space, it's not like you have to keep parent pages visible, as long as you know.
Sorry,
Um,
Professor, how did you add the little logo?
The little shape,
Yeah.
I just made a little, next to the
Oh, okay,
rectangle,
yeah.
you can make a little polygon. I just dragged a little thing out. That's, I mean, it's not a, it's just a shape. It could have been a box. It could have been a circle. I made a little, the third choice, rectangle, ellipse, or polygon. I made a little polygon. Yeah. I was just showing you that when you have multiple parent pages, the thing that needs to be across all of them then has to be put across 3, and it's not as ideal. For the most part, usually, you don't need that many, but anyway. All right, so let's go to the page 1. So the very top page now, the real page 1 of my document, not the parent page, the page 1, the one that has the farm. So again, the main advantage of the other main advantage is that now if that logo has to stay there, I can't move it. If that box has to stay there, I can't move it, right? Because this box and this, technically, if this were a logo, they are untouchable. All right. Now we're in this front page. I want to begin working a little bit with text, but you know what? Instead of doing it in this document that has so much other stuff, let's save. I want to just work with text for a little bit with you guys. So let's create a new document. We're going to end up here. We're going to end up in this one again too, where it still has an error that you're going to understand about right now. But let's make a new document. So Command or Control N or File New. And let's go. Oh, I'm sorry, Kristen, your hand is up. Is that new or is this the one from before?
Before.
Got
Sorry,
it.
I got rid of it, yeah.
No problem. I just have to look over there. All right, so let's make a new document. Let's go again to print. Let's go ahead and go to inches. And this time we'll leave it at 8.5 by 11. And let's go ahead and make this be an 8-page document. Again, facing pages. How about we put a column in this one? Well, let's not put a column in it yet because I want to first just work text with you guys. No column. The basic margin, no bleed. Let's just create just 8 pages. That's the only special thing. Right. Okay. Now, let's start talking a little bit about text. First of all, there's the type tool over here. It has, when you click and hold, there's 2 settings for the type tool. We're going to talk a bit about the next one, but for now, we'll do a bit more when we're working with Illustrator. First, we're going to talk about the type tool. I want to make sure we can get into Illustrator today. At least to open something and bring something in. But let's go ahead and head over to the regular type tool. Normally that just means select the type tool and that's it. And in InDesign, so much of what InDesign has is very similar to Illustrator. Those of you who are familiar with Photoshop is more different to Illustrator and InDesign, then Illustrator and InDesign are much more similar to each other because they were both vector-based programs versus Photoshop is pixel-based program, raster program. So the tools are much more similar, but the type per se is a little bit different in InDesign than in either of them. We need to make a box to hold our text always, no matter what. So everything in InDesign has to have a holder of some kind. So I'm going to show you an image here later, but for now, let's bring in a box, and in the middle of this page, not adjusted or attached to any margin, we're just going to click and drag, and we can see our first official text box. Now, let's go ahead and write something here. anything, comma, I don't really care what we write, or if you make any typos, it's all fine. In fact, I made some typos. Just write about 2 lines. All right. So are you all there? In fact, if you didn't make any typos, so let's add one more thing. Let's add a few mistakes. So I'm gonna write mistakes with a Q. I already have some other mistakes in there, so that's good. Now this is so tiny. We'll work on that for a minute, but for now, just get some text in there. All right, so here we have our box. It's a text frame. It holds my text. And if I need to move this text, I leave the text tool. Okay, we've written our text. Text is done, kind of like when we made our box. When you're done with making the box, you leave the box tool, you go back to the selection tool. And once you go back to the selection tool, you can grab this box and move it around, right? Move it here, move it there, move it anywhere. How about if it's a text box, how about if I want my text to go and become any bigger? So over here, since I'm holding a text box in the properties panel, if I look down at the bottom, here I have my text. Let's, we don't need the pages open right now. So let's close the pages over there so that we can see this a little bit better. I'm going to move this over so we can get closer. Okay. So the tools for the properties panel, the text tools are appearing. If I click away, the text tools are gone. So I need to be selecting my text box for the text tools to appear. And now I can go at the very bottom where it says Minion Pro Regular. How about we select and make our font much bigger? I'm going to go ahead and make it 48 points. Really huge. Okay, so I just selected and we went, I think it was probably started at 12 or something, and I clicked and made it 48 points. Now I made a small text box. The text stays inside that box and we discover that it doesn't fit anymore. When it doesn't fit anymore, now we're getting to a place where we can see down here one error. You see that error? Hold on, when I wait to mark the error, do you see that error down there? What it's telling me is I have an error, and if I don't know what error I have, I can check, but there's another place that's telling me I have an error here. And it's the fact that a little, and it's so tiny, you have to look at yours, a little red box with a little plus sign appeared at the bottom of that box. You see it?
Mhm.
And it's basically telling me you have offset text. You have text that doesn't fit in this box. Now, it doesn't fit because I made the font so big. Let's go ahead and make it back down to 12, which is when it started. And there's no little red box down there, and there's no errors at the bottom. See that? So, hearkening back to the original file, when we did the postcard bleed, you were asking me what that error there was, and it's because we had started with text that filled that big and that big, and we had it next to the thing. So when we had it that big, all our text fit, but then I made you guys move it. So anyway, I had a bigger box. So all of the text fit. There's no errors and there's no errors. But then when I said, well, that won't fit, we grabbed that text, we made a smaller box, then that's what that error was all about. It's now I have that little red box there telling me that I have overset text, okay? So I didn't have, I was teaching something else at that point, so I didn't want to confuse things, but that was that error. It's overset text, meaning there's text that's hidden there. And if I don't know what it means, say I'm writing this in Latin, I wouldn't even know if that's correct or not, that there's no text there, but InDesign is letting me know that. Okay, I've just pointed to this again to not leave this hanging as a thought, but let's go back to this one because we're going to keep working inside of this one. So let's go back and let's get that text to be overset again. So let's make it 48 points. And actually at this point, let's go ahead and make a screenshot of this box and this error. And go ahead and call it overset text. Because this is a really important concept. And we're gonna work quite a bit all around it, finding different ways to work with that and fix it and do it. But overset text, when all of my text doesn't fit in the text box, I get a warning. My text box shows a small red, it's not even a red box, it's an outline, a small red outlined box. I wish it was red and it would be easier to see. And the pre-flight panel shows up with one error. Okay. Now back here to InDesign, if I hadn't noticed that, maybe this is so obvious, but what if I hadn't noticed that and this made sense? The sentence maybe normally would have finished there anyway. If I don't know what the mistake might be, then once again, I go click on that error. And this time it tells me that the error is in text. And when I go, what text? I open it, it tells me, oh, it's overset text. And I go, really, where is that? And I open it up and it shows me it's in text frame 1. So say that I was on page 8, right? And I see one error. I go, really? Where's that? I click on text frame 1 and it brought me straight to the frame that had a problem. Okay. So again, I could have been in page 25, 26, and it's showing me there's an error there. And I'm like, where? There's 26 pages of text. I not only click and it takes me to page 1, but it also selects the box. Say I had 10 other pages of text here. It selects the box that has a mistake. It brings me straight to it. So this pre-flight panel is pretty magical. Okay. Now notice that if I fix the problem by making the font back to be 0.12, then not only does the error appear from there, the fix also disappears from the pre-flight panel. Okay, so yeah, good pre-flight panel. All right, so now that was just a really abrupt way of showing you when something fits or not. Now let's make it not so big. Let's make it maybe 24 points. And I don't know how much you wrote or didn't write, but at least we can begin to see a little bit. And hopefully you have, I put in a lot of typos in there. Hopefully you have quite a few, at least one. So here I'm telling you that we're manipulating this box with the selection tool. If I do want to fix a typo, that's the only time that I go back to the type tool, because that's the only thing I can write with. And then I can click in there and I can write something. But interestingly enough, it didn't. When I started, I clicked in there to start to write. And instead of writing, it gave me another text box. You see that? And I try to click in there, look what it's giving me. Text box. So you have to be very careful. Let me undo that command. Let me go back to the selection tool and Command Z a few times to get rid of that one. What you need is to make sure that you have this box selected, right? So selection tool, the box is turned on. It's pretty clear. It's selected by me. I go to my type tool and you have to fit not near the edges or anything, but really in there. You can double click into the text. When you're really in the text, then you can get in there and let's go ahead and I'm going to fix my typos. Here I need an extra less space on the comma. I don't really care what you write. Let me move that in there. And let's make a few mistakes. It's all fine. That shouldn't be for case. All right. So now we have write something here. I don't care what we write. Didn't make any typos. It's all fine. Let's add a few mistakes. Okay. So the type tool will help us, of course, type. There's one other thing it'll do. Say that if I need to, well, again, it has to do with typing. If I did want to select the word something, I can click and drag across the word something, but it's faster to just double click, double click, double click. So if I double click on a word, by now I'm in the text box. Okay, otherwise and nothing's working, it'll make a new text box. But if I'm in the text box and it's live, then I can double click and I can pick up the entire word. If I triple click, I can get a line. Many times a line isn't very useful because it's grammatically probably not complete. If I 1, 2, 3, 4, I get the whole paragraph. 2 for one word, 1, 2, 3 for one line, 1, 2, 3, 4 for the entire paragraph. All right. Now, let's go back and get one line. One word. If we add, let's add a few mistakes. I'm selecting only the word mistakes. And the only other time when I want to select individually, something like this, is when I want to give a specific change to just that word. Say I want to change this word to be a different font, or if I want that word to be a different size, or if that word to be a different color, right? So if I specifically have a reason to make that one word be very different, and I'm going to make it not so big as I want it to go out of the window. The problem is that when you do it this way, it's selected. And I'm pretty sure I didn't choose green font and black background. I didn't do that. So why is it doing that for me? First of all, where did I get the color? I went up here. They have the paragraph, the font, and then it says appearance T fill. That's text fill color. I'll click on that and I gave it that big old pink. But I'm not seeing it pink. And this is why I really don't like this way of changing text colors. If I choose cyan, it's giving me red. It gives me the opposite color because it's highlighted and selected. So what I need to do is go back out to the selection tool. All right, go back to the regular selection tool, click away, and there we go. That shows me the red font that I actually had chosen, right? So yeah, I don't like that you can't really see the color that you're choosing once you have some text selected. But anyway, hopefully you made a couple of changes on just one word. But what if I don't want to just change one word? That's not usually how it works. Usually I want all my font to change. Usually I want all my text to have the same changes, at least if it's in one same text box. So make sure you're not in your type tool anymore. Get your selection tool, right? Select this box again. And you can tackle the whole box at a time. I can go over here and it doesn't say Minion Pro anymore because now I have two fonts in here. I have Minion Pro and whatever else I chose. So it chooses to say, well, I can't tell you what it is, so I'll say nothing, right? If you see nothing there, it's because there's two different fonts. So I'm going to click on this arrow and I'm going to choose a third something. And then all of it becomes that third something. So now since it's all the same thing, it was able to give me a change. All right. If I make, you already saw, font size change, it works on everything. How about if we want to change the font color for the whole box? Now I'm going to go over here to the fill. Okay, just watch for a second. I'm going to go to the fill and I'm going to give my text cyan. Did that work? I wanted my text to be cyan, not my background. And the problem is that when I have my selection tool on, it doesn't distinguish between text box and text. It just knows that you have a box selected and you're painting it. So it painted my box blue. So I'm going to Command Z, and we have to be careful to now go back to the fill. And now we can choose apply this color to the frame or to the text. And I just chose apply the color to the text. Now I can make all my text cyan. Got it? I could also make my frame pink. I don't know, yikes, that hurts my eyes. Let me make my frame green, also hurts my eyes. But now let's me go back and change my text to yellow. right? So you can choose what you are applying something to. You can also choose a tint. So maybe my background, I'm gonna go back to my frame, that's green. Maybe I can make a tint of green. I can go down and give it a little bit less, although then that won't make text more wrong, but I can do a tint of pink or a tint of something over here. I'm gonna go back to 100%. Okay, but I get to choose my text or my frame. Now, I'm not gonna get deeply into choosing other colors right now, but if you want, other than these basic CMYK, RGB, CMYK, which is what we're seeing here, then you could go over to this little palette. So this is the swatches that come with the info, with the paper, with the document. Go over to this little swatches. You can go around and choose a different tone of that, or you can go to the third one here and then choose something in there. We're going to get into how to get other colors a bit differently later. So for now, just trust me. Just don't worry. Just go back to these 5. This is a whole class on color. Well, not a whole class, but a whole bunch of stuff to deal with color that right now I don't want. So it's all under the appearance frame. Now I'm going to go ahead and give the frame none, which is different than paper. None is no color. Paper is color. So what do I mean by that? Well, let's go back to blue. Blue frame. Is everyone following me, by the way? Give me a yes if you're good. Give me a no, or stop me if there's anything that you want more explanations about. Okay, so yeah, Marianne, how can I help?
I'm unable to change the entire text box appearance.
All right. Are
Oh.
you in the selection tool? First thing. We're not in the type tool anymore. We're in the selection tool.
I'm not sure.
Okay, we'll go click. You can either have a black area around the type tool, which means you're in the type tool, right? Or you can have a black area around the selection tool. It means you're in the selection tool. So it's that or that. So go ahead and make sure that you have your type tool selected. Let me clear my drawing.
Yeah,
Not
my
your type tool, sorry, your selection tool.
oh, my selection tool is the black. Yes, I have it selected.
Black arrow tool, okay. Now, do you have your text box selected? Make
I
sure
do,
that you have
yeah.
the handles on it. Okay, now go to the properties panel and here's where you have your fill.
Oh, okay.
And then we are
Oh, yeah.
oscillating between frame fill and text fill. So applied to,
Oh,
and we're
got
choosing
it.
text and
Got
frame,
it.
frame and text.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Sorry about
no, that's
Okay.
why I stop and ask to make sure that everyone's following.
I see it. Okay.
Okay. Everyone else seems to have said yes, so I'm gonna take your feedback off. All right. So when I want to distinguish between none and paper, why do I mean that none and paper is different? Let's head back to the frame, right? So my frame is yellow right now. Go ahead and make the frame a color. I don't care which color you make it. Now I'm going to make a shape. Since last time I had the polygon, I'm going to make a polygon. And oh, this example isn't going to be that easy. I'm going to have to show you layers, and I'm not ready to show you layers, but it's okay. I guess I'll show you layers. Let's make a polygon something. I don't care what. And let's fill it also with a different color. None of these. These are all horrible colors, but there we go. We're going to fill it with green. Once you've made it, go back to your selection tool. This is crucial. Keep going back to your selection tool. And now we have our green polygon that, since we made, after we made the text, it's on top. Yeah.
Where's the shape tool?
You might have it here as a rectangle tool. It's right. There's 2 boxes, a crisscross one and the bottom one.
Okay.
Black one. So when you click and hold tight, it gives you the choices for rectangle, elliptical, or polygon tool. I just had made a polygon before, so I went with that one. I don't really care what shape you choose. You can choose a rectangle. I just wanted a box of color. You good with that, Marianne? To make a
Yes.
shape with some other color. Right? To everyone else? Okay, good. All right. So, well, I'm trying to put this underneath, then it's on top, and that, yeah, it's an order of when I created it. So how do I handle that? There's all these automatics, arrange, move forward, move backwards. I hate all of them. And if you want to get efficient with the programs, you probably wouldn't use any of those. Let me introduce you to layers. So right above links, if you open the layers panel, the links panel at some point, you'll see this little link that says layers. If you don't see the layers, then go up to window and find the word layers. Now, when you find the word layers, it says that there's only one layer. And if you've been in my Illustrator class, or if you know Illustrator, yes, in Photoshop, we use many layers, but in Illustrator and in InDesign, we don't use many layers. What we have is one layer. But if I open this teensy little triangle that's there, it shows me that I have two different elements in that layer. One is a polygon, one is the writing. I'm going to grab the polygon or whatever you have, if you made a rectangle or a circle, and I'm going to just drag it down and see that little line that's popping around. I'm going to drag it down until it shows me that it's at the bottom and let go. Now I have altered the order of the polygon and my text. That good, you guys? Give me a yes if you were able to open up your layers panel, if you were able to alter the order of your two elements. If you need a hand with that, let me know. Okay, good. All right, so now that we have our elements in order, let's get back to the text box, the one that has a frame, which would not be the way that I would make a frame to go behind it in color, because see how it's not even formatted. I mean, we can format it, but it's not ideal. Now let's go back to the fill. I'm just talking about how, let me just move this one down, these down here so you can see this a little bit with these tools. On down the layers. If this frame, make sure it says frame there, apply to frame, is got none, right? If it has none as the background, there it really doesn't have a background. So my text is transparent, or at least it's being available to show what's in the other box. Versus if my fill is paper, then paper is like opaque white. Okay? So none and paper are two different creatures. None is truly nothing. Paper is truly nothing. Now,
That's so cool.
what's that?
That's so cool.
Oh, and it's vice versa. Say that I want white text. Do you notice that there's no white here? There's no white. So let's go ahead and give it none to the background now. And now let's change to talking about text. White text is pretty typical. If I go and give it none, then I have no color to my text. I need to give it paper to have white text. Paper was text. And it makes sense if you consider how printers work. They don't put white ink. There's no such thing as white ink. What they do is they put green ink all around this shape and you end up seeing a white letter. Does that make sense? What you see underneath is the paper. But what if you put through some red paper through the printer, then you would get a green polygon and you'd see red letters, because what you're seeing through that would be the paper. That's why the color isn't white, but it's paper. Does that make sense? That was the frame, so it's a none. So it's paper. It's letting it, the ink is going to be knocked out, and we're not going to see ink in that area, we're gonna see whatever paper I used to print this material. If anyone has any questions about, let me know. Otherwise, is it all good? You got some white text by choosing paper that you see on top of this other box. And if all that is good, give me a yes. If you have questions, if and or buts, that kind of thing, let me know. When I say if and or buts, I can be in my brain. When I take classes, I'm all like, but what if, but I'm the kind of person who asks questions all the time. That's why I'm fine with people asking questions, because that's me, right? I'm all like, well, what it, come on, how come? Yeah, not sure that teachers are comfy with that, but I as a teacher am, because that's me as a student.
So Deanna, I've selected my text and I want to change it to a different font.
All right. As long as you have, don't select the text, select the text box. Okay. Remember the distinction? Selecting the text would be going with the type tool and selecting the text. That is selecting the text versus selecting your text box. Okay. So if you select the text box, then you can go over here and one of the choices is going to be your font and change the font to something else.
Hmm.
Did that work?
Ugh. Okay,
Yep.
so I am using that little arrow thing in the upper left-hand corner.
Selection tool, yeah.
Yep, selection tool. My box has all the other little boxes around it, you know, that big line, just like yours.
Perfect.
Yeah, and now I'm looking to the right.
Character.
I see character. Okay, got it.
Here, and then change it to size.
I wasn't seeing what was right in front of me. Okay.
Okay. Anything else, you guys? Any questions? Nope. Yep. Good. All right.
How do we center?
Right.
Oh, all the way down to the bottom. There it is.
Get a font that makes some more sense. There we go. Okay. Yeah, there's so many. You keep going. There's a ridiculous. So there's no program that has more text choices. I wasn't meaning to do that. Than InDesign. Just like you dream it, you say it, you dream it, InDesign has it. Okay. Now this is all good and dandy. Let's save and call this one text practice. We're still saving it. I guess I'm still saving inside the file formats folder, which is kind of weird, but normally I would save it in the main one, but we're in there, so let's stay in there. So this is some basic information about how we deal with text now, and the basic paper color, which is very difficult to want white text, and that's why I talk about it. But now let's leave that alone. Let's scroll down to page 2, or let's go to our page finder and double click on page 2. Let's start writing in page 2. All right, you're all with me? Now let's get a new text box because we're about to put some more text in there. And this time,
Wait, you're in the, oh, never mind.
I went to page 2.
Yeah. Got it. Yep.
Okay, page 2. Grab the text box. And this time we are going to draw a text that goes from end to end of the margin. We're going to go from there all the way to the bottom. Boom. And again, since I hit the exact margin edges, watch, if I had hit less, I would see the text box. But since I went exactly from margin to margin, the text box itself kind of hides itself in the margins. And so it looks like there's nothing there, but you can see a cursor up on top. So that's good. Now let's head up to type, fill with placeholder text. And now we should have a full-on box of Latin. Now, how before we went and made a little box of Latin
I'm sorry, was that under file or edit
under type,
type?
fill with placeholder text.
Got it.
All right. How are we doing? Everyone has a whole page of Latin. Yep.
Yep.
I know that it's hard for you guys to turn on your videos all the time, but it's so much easier when I just see everyone nodding. But if not, yeah, I'm making you guys go to the yes. But make sure you have a whole bunch of text of Latin. Oh, thank you, Tia. You know what? I forgot to say that if you guys, you know, kids are jumping all over you, stuff like that, definitely don't turn your videos on. But if it said all the same to you, having your video on, it makes it like I'm talking to real people instead of to black boxes. So I 100% appreciate if you were to turn on your videos. So thanks a lot, Tia. And of course, that doesn't mean that I'm making you do it. It's just a request. Okay. Let's go back now. If we have our full page of black text, let's go ahead and start to talk a little bit more about an overset text and what we're going to do about it and what now. One thing I wanted to show you that I haven't been pointing is that there's this contextual taskbar has been hanging around all this time. I'm sending you all the way to the properties, but just so you know, by the way, after you make your text box, head back always to your selection tool. The reason I want to call it selection tool and not just the black arrow, which it is a black arrow, but it's because the selection tool implies that it's for selecting. And if I want to do anything to this text and it's not selected, I can't see any text choices. On my properties panel, I don't see any text choices in my contextual taskbar. But the moment I select it with my selection tool, then I have my text choices here and I have my text choices there. The contextual panel is a minimum basic set of choices that I might probably use if I am selecting text. So it gives you your like your top favorites, right? But over here, every single thing that you see over there, whoops, I didn't mean to do that either. I'm just working with, come on, come back. Don't do that. Come on. I'm working on a pad and a pen tool that isn't well anyway coordinated. Never mind. Okay, so now instead of going all the way there, if I were to want to change my fonts, I could go over here to change my fonts, to change my size, that kind of stuff. But it's really enough for my choices. Really, I want much more. So anyway, but if say that I wanted to change the color, if I click on this, I would have that same frame as before. That would be the appearance panel, where I would go to text, make it blue, and etc. Just, I don't need you to do this, just showing you that the contextual type, the contextual toolbox that's here gives me the basic set of tools that you need when you choose text. Okay, now I need you to do two things. Remember that I showed you first that if we select one paragraph with a one word with a single click, 2 clicks, 3 clicks, 4 clicks gives you the paragraph. You remember that?
Mhm.
What tool do I need to be in to do that? If I want to select my second paragraph here, what tool should I be in?
Maybe the type tool.
Yep, type tool. Select the type tool because I'm specifically acting upon my text. Let's put my mouse in the second paragraph. Let's double click, 3 clicks, 4 clicks, 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoops. 1, 2, 3. And oh, this is the third paragraph. That's why my second paragraph is there. I hadn't noticed it. So okay, let's do a third paragraph that's bigger. Now I'm saying that, but each one of us has probably created a different set of text. Okay, so just somewhere around the top, give me a biggish paragraph. Each time you create the text, it shows you new text. So you don't have the same text I have. We all have just a whole bunch of text. Select one paragraph, and now let's go change the color of that text only. So I'm going to head over just to use something different. I'm going to head over to the contextual taskbar, click on that, make sure that I'm on text, And then I'm gonna make it be something, pink, something brilliantly different than than black. Pink is bright and obnoxious. Don't choose yellow. It's harder to see for this example. And when I'm done, the only place I can see that I chose the right color is there. I hate that you don't see it there, but anyway, now go and leave the text tool and go back to your selection tool. And we're done. So now my second paragraph is pink, or second or third paragraph up there at the top is pink. Everyone good with that?
Mhm.
Now, I'm aware that we're almost out of time. At first, it seemed like we had a lot of time to go, and now we don't. So I just want to finish this is crucial. We will continue exploring text. There's so much more to text, but this is the crucial point I want to make. Now that we're gone with the text tool, it's all about the text box again, right? Let's grab the text box from the very bottom and make it really small. So as I make it bigger or smaller, I am losing a bunch of text, aren't I? What was the name of the thing that's telling me that I am missing some text? Who remembers?
Yeah, the error message.
Error message, which is my pre-flight panel, is telling me. And what's the error message? What's it called? When I see that little red box over there, or the error message, can be so many different errors in unless I open it, it won't tell me that it's a text error. But this one here immediately is telling me it's a text error, and it's an overset text. Too much text. There's more text in this box. So look what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and say, oh, that's fine. Here, let's make this let's change oops, I didn't mean to change it that way. Let's go to the middle size there, and let's make it be a small box of text that goes there. And we're going to have a little photo there. We're not going to have time to put the photo in this example. We're just 5 more minutes, so we're just going to deal with text. So imagine that there's a photo there. This text is there. Now I'm going to grab that overset text. I'm going to do that by putting the tip of my mouse onto the middle of that little box. So it's pretty precise, right? And simply click one time. And I have picked up all that overset text. See how now there's no red box there anymore? All the rest of the text, I'm carrying it around. It's like I got the clippings, right? I'm picking it up. And now I'm going to make another box here. There's going to be a photo there. So it's going to be about yay big. And now I'm going to make a box right here. Click and drag. This is going to be a pretty big box. And then I want some more text. So I'm going to pick up again. And then I'm going to put the rest of the text down here. Now, if you were able to pick up the text and put it down somewhere else, the only thing that's telling you that truly is the text that we had before is because somewhere in that first 3, you should probably have seen that pink or whatever color paragraph you chose, right? Otherwise, it could just be more gibberish that's being created, but it's not. It truly is your text. Now, let's head over to the View menu, go to Extras, and say Show Text Threads. Show text threads. View extras, show text threads. If you are not selecting the text boxes, you don't see them. But if you select the text boxes, then it's telling you that that text ends there, continues there. That text ends there and continues there. Yeah. Let me just watch my screen for a second. Just watch my screen for a little tiny bit. Look at how cool this is. I'm going to grab this box and say, well, I want it a bit bigger. So I'm going to make this box a little bit bigger and wider. So what was there is moving itself into that box. I'm going to make it so much bigger that I'm beginning to get some of the pink in there. When I do this without color, it's just letters that mean nothing. But the reason I made you color a paragraph so you can really see that it's moving. Now I'm going to make it be smaller and move it over there. Boom, we had to push it back down again. Now what if I make this second box small? Boom, everything is going down there. So that is following there and it's following there. Pretty cool.
Yes.
I always appreciate having someone like you, Kristen, who like reflects back the coolness. That's great.
I feel very sheltered because I'm like, that's amazing.
This is cool. This is cool. This is like, ooh,
Yeah.
ah.
It really is. It's so powerful.
Many of you guys work already with apps and you're like, oh yeah, I've seen this before. But when this is new to you, it's pretty cool. All right.
Mm.
So now what if I pick up from that third box, picked up the last overset text box. Remember, I still have a bunch of text. And I go all the way over to page 7 or 8 or whatever. And I put another box over there. Well, guess what? My thread follows me, right? Let me do it over here. It's a little bit more obvious. But you know how it says continued on page 7 or whatever? That's how they do it. So now, well, not they, but so now if I decide to make this one, it's hard to show all of them. If I decide to make these boxes so tiny that I get very little text on the first page, well, it's all moving over to page, in this case it's 2, but it could be page 54. I don't know, doesn't matter. It's all connected. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm going to go ahead and bring it all back in by making a big box, making a big box at the top. And I'm going to move this little comment over there. I'm going to move this one over here. I'm going to move it over there. And mainly because I want us to now be able to do a screenshot of this situation with the text threads, right? And the fact that all this text is kind of following along in the order of the threads. Even if, say that you make a mistake and you grab this box and put it down there, the text knows that it needs to go there first and there next, which would be a problem, right? You would basically, you transpose something. But other than that, there you go. Now, if you click away, if you don't see the threads, it's because you're not selecting one of the boxes. The moment you select one of the boxes, the threads appear again. All right. So
Where did you click? You said you click away.
when I say click away, I mean click on I call it click away, deselecting.
Got it. I understand. Mm-hmm.
Neutral area, you click away from the selection.
Mm-hmm.
It again, they're all lit up. Now let's do a screenshot of that. And it is officially 7:15. So if you can really quickly post the text threads
With the threads.
Sorry,
you
Professor.
have
Patty.
to, what's that?
Oops. Okay.
View extras show text threads. See it? There you go. View extra text threads. And let me put that screenshot on. And text threads. When you have overset text, you can pick up the rest of the text by clicking on the small red box at the bottom right of the text box and placing the rest of the text by making a new text box. Turn on the view text threads. You can follow the thread of the text. Even if you make the boxes bigger or smaller, or if you move them to another page. Now, in particular, this is awesome when you're editing, right? And I'm done, so not that I'm making you, say that you send this in to be fixed and suddenly the editor comes and goes, ooh, oh, no, we gotta get rid of this whole thing here. This is a bad sentence, or we gotta make it shorter, it doesn't fit. Well, then, sorry, I have my annotation tools. Then you can do that. You can go in and grab your type tool and take this whole paragraph out, which now they deem unimportant. Boom, delete it. Everything fits in its place. Life is good. Or the other way around. Hey, you forgot to write something. You get in there and you type something else, and everything keeps, moving backwards. Does that make sense? Moving to let you in, so to say. Okay. So you basically can edit without the worry that you are losing. Now you do need to see if in page 5 you're suddenly, ran too short or too long, but you can keep working with that as you need be. All right, save that file. There's much more to text, but these are some goodies to begin with. And I didn't get to show you Text and Illustrator. We're getting there, right? And Text and Illustrator and in Photoshop, the text threads portion is the same. Only in Illustrator, they just turn on without having to turn on the text threads. But there's some other nuances to Text and Illustrator, so that'll be fun. We'll explore that. In 2 weeks, you guys, no class next week. Okay? Have a great spring break. Practice and please post in the Padlet. Do something. Otherwise, when we start next week, it'll take, 2 hours of review to get back to the place we're in. So practice, so that with 10 minutes of review, we can keep moving forward. All right?
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have a great week, and have a great 2 weeks. See you in
Thank
2. Bye.